morning, and Matt shared a really incredible thought and insight. And I'm gonna not do any spoilers for him, but it got me thinking about the importance of this event and what it means for the entertainment, music, money, and sports communities in Connecticut. Just a real quick debrief. Launchpad is a nonprofit organization. We help young adults facing barriers get into entertainment, sports, music, and money. We have a full pipeline from you never heard of those industries, you have no idea how to get in, it's confusing, it's intimidating, all the way through, it could be up to a year-long journey to working either full or part-time, depending on what you're looking for. So that's Launchpad in a nutshell. I'm going to ask Matt to introduce DMCT, which is our partner on this event throughout the entire planning process, throughout the whole day today. But most importantly, we're very grateful for you, for your attendance and your commitment and what you're here to join us for today. I'd like to also thank the Connecticut Film Office and George Norfleet, who is a strategic supporter of our initiative, who's a financial supporter of
We have some incentives that we've been leveraging for quite some years now to create what we call the screen sector here in the state, which is comprised of major companies that hopefully you will all be working for soon. We're doing our part to make sure that they're here to hire folks like yourselves. And I'd just like to give everybody, their kudos today for being here because you don't have to be here today. It's a beautiful spring day. There's a ton of other things that you could be doing today, but you made a decision to be here, which is, I think, pretty smart. So make the most of it. Be creative. Share your ideas. Ask questions. Answer questions. Um, you know, Let this be the beginning of your career. Let this become your cohort that you work with, that you're used to seeing in the various halls and on various productions here in the state of Connecticut. So turn it on today. Have a great time, and thanks again. Next up, my main man, the professor, as I like to call him, Matt Warwood.
Um, so I'm just going to build on what was said. I really like the conversations around community and the beginning of your journey, the beginning of your career, because I was driving here today and I was kind of reflecting on the students over the last few years that I've seen attending these events, DMCT events, Launchpad events. And, when they're graduating, I don't think it's a coincidence that they're making up a big bulk of the students that are currently employed in various companies that are going to be here today, or various companies that are in the network. And some of those students I think about, and I recognize they started their journey in their freshman year, and they continued to keep expanding their understanding and knowledge about how they connect their skills, their interests, their passions, connect with the opportunities that exist here in Connecticut. So what that meant was, in their senior year, they felt a lot more clear in their vision, and they had a better understanding, because we know it can be really unsettling when you're kind of finishing toward the end of your senior experience in college. You don't know where you're going to go next. But these students, because of these experiences, they were a lot more clear in what their next step is. So I love that idea, thinking about it at the beginning of your journey. The other thing that I wanted to reference that I can't get enough of is to recognize that, you know, we here in Connecticut, we've got tremendous opportunities, and there are so many people working behind the scenes to bring in those opportunities, to retain those opportunities. And those opportunities also require a talented workforce. And we've got multiple universities, multiple programs, multiple initiatives working to make sure that you have the best possible training that you can to maximize those opportunities that exist. And when I'm talking about multiple universities, I'm talking about the fact that we have more than one students from more than one college here today. So as you're interacting and getting to know each other, do think about the fact that you are talent, Connecticut's future talent, and keep making sure that you're developing your network beyond just your programs and your universities. So I'll stop there. I look forward to connecting with you as the day unfolds. Thank you.
Here. Hi, everyone. My name is Leah Kagan. I am the Director of Economic Development for the City of Stamford. And you might be thinking, well, what does that mean? So for the City of Stamford, what is really important to our economic development is having people who want to live here, people who are able to work here, and people who are able to gain the skills that they need to be able to get jobs here. And we're so fortunate for partners like Launchpad, for the state, for the organizations that have organized having all of you here today, because you are the future of Stamford and you are the future of Connecticut. I also want to say that you've taken the first step, but to be in the room today, and I echo John's advice on making the absolute most of this incredible opportunity. The headshots, I was jealous. I'm like, oh, I need one of those. So everything that you can do to really get the most out of today is so important. I also want to say that the city of Stamford has resources to help you as you're navigating your careers. We have a choosestamford.com website, Choose Stamford, and we have a whole section that lists every employer in Stamford. And as you're going through the different sections, whether it's digital media or finance, you can click on the company. It will take you directly to their hiring page. And if you're looking to be here in Stamford, it's a great place to work and to live. And hopefully, those are some resources that will help you narrow down if you're looking for companies that are here. So, thank you all for being here today. Thank you again for the partners who organized this event, and look forward to connecting with you all.
Thank you. Thank you. So next I'm going to please invite Ray and Corey to join me up on stage here. And if we can go to the slide, please. Next. 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 Here we go. Gentlemen, please come up. So I'm joined up here by two leadership legends. I'm gonna say it because it's true. Um, Ray is an author, a guru, someone who's had an astounding career in the leadership space. We're gonna hear a little bit about his career and journey today, and then we also have Corey Twitty up here, who's the head of executive search at Zillow. Was previously at Netflix. He's been a huge supporter of Launchpad for a long time. He joined the board, and everything that he's done in getting involved in Launchpad has been catalytic to accelerating our organization. And Ray has had the same effect and came in a big way. So we are really excited to start off the session today. We're going to spend about 5 minutes getting you all caught up on Launchpad real quick. So, you know, what you're doing here and how you could be successful today and in the future with Launchpad specifically. And then we're going to get into a really exciting leadership conversation with Ray and Corey. So, Chief, you want to start moving through here? We'll be very speedy because we got to move fast. So, Launchpad is a nonprofit that helps underserved young adults get into entertainment, sports, music, and money. We're a full pipeline program again. So we go all the way from you never heard of it, you didn't know how to get in, all the way through placing and working full time. So, you know, Corey is the chairman of our program committee. And so I'm going to ask Corey to introduce himself, tell a little bit about his journey. I'll ask Ray to do the same, and then we'll get into Launchpad and how we work and we operate. So, Corey.
Awesome. Thanks, John. Well, excited to be here with everyone today. And again, as George said, just huge round of applause for yourselves for showing up and committing and developing to your own development. I see some familiar faces in the audience, so it's great to see some of you back again. And as John mentioned, my name's Corey. I'm from New Haven, Connecticut, went to Wilbur-Cross. Anybody go to Wilbur-Cross? Anybody from New Haven? Oh, I see something. That's okay. I see somebody. All right, great. And so, yeah, similarly, never thought I would end up in a business career. I've worked at places like Netflix, Lyft, Target headquarters, now Zillow. You know, never thought I'd have an opportunity at some of those corporations, but it all started through programs like Launchpad that enabled me to not only see the confidence in myself, but also build skills and an amazing network that led me to some of these great opportunities. Is there anything else you want to cover?
I think that's a great start.
All right. Trying
Ray?
to be a little more concise.
Ray?
Now you are.
So before I get into who I am and my background, every time, and I was a CEO for, I don't know, 20 some odd years in the high tech industry. I'm not going to give away my age, but I go back to the 60s and 70s. So when I walk into a place, you get a sense of a feeling. And this is going to be a compliment to John and this organization. And the first person you meet is what? The person at the front desk, right? And what that does is it gives you a sense of the organization just by meeting that one person. And that was quite an experience. And then I got to meet a lot of you people. And it's all about you, like any organization. I think someone earlier said it, for you to be here on a Friday morning, sunny and bright out there, is a tribute to you. So we can talk about Launchpad and everything else, but at the end of the day, and John can attest to this, it's all about who you people are. And so that's what we do at the Academy. So just a quick, born and raised in the Bronx. I'm not going to tell you when, that'll give away my age. I'm a little older than Corey, not much, but a little.
Definitely better looking.
You could probably be my grandson. So born and raised in the Bronx, first generation American, typical immigrants. My dad was a cook. My mom was a cleaning lady. I get emotional. And we had nothing. So at the Academy, there's a proof of concept. Well, who are you? And then when I tell my story, which you'll get to hear in one of these breakout sessions, you walk away knowing that anything in life is possible. And that's my story. So I went to Iona College in New Rochelle, public accounting at first. I was there for about 3 years. I think some of the questions today might be from a career standpoint, when you first get that job, what does it mean? Where do you go from there? I've got some of the answers to those questions. So I went into public accounting and I realized early on, it's not who I was. And the reason was in accounting, I don't want to do deference to the accounting people. It wasn't who I am. I was more EQ, outgoing, leadership, and that was just the opposite. So I was in auditing, I left. And one of my famous quotes at the Academy is leap before you look. Leap before you look. It's kind of interesting. So I went into this bankrupt company, a high-tech company. I had a family, I had a mortgage. They were about to go bankrupt. And that was the best decision I ever made in my life. It was a little risk. We turned it around. It was very successful. And then from there, I became CEO of 8 different companies over 20 some odd years. A lot of burnout. And then when I left that, I went into private equity and I was the executive in residence at Summit Partners. And at that organization, I was a mentor and a role model to first-time CEOs and entrepreneur CEOs. And that in itself was quite an experience. So I have lots of battle scars. And I can tell you stories at first you won't believe, but they're all true. So we have a breakout session in the afternoon and feel free to sign up. And we do have this book, The Leader in Each of Us, which is available to everybody. And I suggest you take that home because it's only about 82 pages. It's probably a 1-hour read. It'll tell you everything you need to know. And our focus is on EQ, not so much IQ. How did I go?
That was fantastic. So a quick 1 minute on me. So I'm John Winkle, the president of Launchpad. Anybody here from Meriden, Connecticut, by the way? Oh boy, that's sad. Anybody here been on 91 North, 15 North, 84 East or West, 691 or Route 9? Raise your hand if you have been on any of those highways. So you all been to Meriden before at one point then. Every highway goes through it. That's the claim to fame. So I started my career doing outside sales when I was in my 20s. I worked my way up in that industry and never thought I would work in the nonprofit world, never thought I would work in the entertainment world. I built and sold a company, started an innovation festival that led me to become a CEO of another nonprofit before I worked here, which led me here and then led me to entertainment. The point is, careers today are shaped like the letter S. The decision you make today doesn't need to be final. It needs to be to get started. So, don't put too much pressure on yourself to have the perfect answer today, because the perfect answer doesn't exist and careers are a lifetime. So I always love to start with that when we get into these discussions and panels. And I just want to, I think we're going to skip probably for time the Launchpad program run through, and we're going to get right into the leadership discussion for today. But that's because by registering for this event, you've all been to the Launchpad website and you've seen what we do. So it's mylaunchpad.org. You go to the program page. Corey and I and our program committee and our board has spent a lot of time being super intentional on what that program is and how it impacts you. And we always want to hear your feedback. You got us here today. We want to make a difference. We want to be responsive. We want to be good listeners. So I think we're going to summarize the program with just those comments for today, but it's all up there. So, we have a lot of great questions here. We got time to go through maybe about half of these. I think we're going to just start right from the top. So, oftentimes in life, in Launchpad, you get a shot. So you're working hard for a really long time. You get a gig, you get an internship, a friend has a friend, you get in, you get that first shot. But that's just a start. That's just getting in. So how do you take that moment, that opportunity, and turn it into something bigger and more meaningful in your career? So I'm going to give Corey on eye contact, the opening on that, and then we're going to give it to you, Ray, after that. Corey, go ahead.
Yeah. So I think the thing that I would advise you most is whatever that first opportunity is, it might not be your dream job, right? I think so many of us have been conditioned that our first job has to be our dream job. And you put so much pressure on yourself about landing whatever that first job is. And that's really just going to be your entry point into whatever it is that you're doing. And the quickest way to open up new opportunities and more opportunities is actually to be really good at the thing you were hired to do. I've been in early career talent and recruiting for 10 plus years. And one of the biggest mistakes I see folks entering the workforce make is as soon as they get their first job, they're already talking to their manager about the next thing when they haven't yet mastered that thing that they were hired to do. So whether that is entry level administrative work, whether that is your production assistant, whether that is your first internship, whatever it is, the thing that you're hired to do, you have to be excellent at that. You have to be proactive. People aren't going to tell you to do things. So it is being great at what you do. It's being proactive. And once you've completed whatever those tasks are, looking for other ways that you can contribute and other ways that you can go above and beyond, and people will notice. And so that is what I would most advise, is being great at the thing you're hired to do first. And then that will build a champion of supporters for you that then will see the value of your work, that will lead to more opportunities.
And so Ray, how do you take your first shot and turn it into something bigger? What's your thoughts there?
Okay, so before I do that, EQ, if you can raise your hand. People know what EQ is, emotional intelligence? Interesting, yeah. If I posed that question 30 years ago, no one ever heard of EQ, but now it's very, very relevant. So my view would be whether you get out of college or your first job in one's career, what will get you that job is your experience and your technical background. If it's a college degree, it'll be based on your academics and all that. That's the first job. And then what happens? Well, what happens is EQ starts to be a factor. What does that really mean? And this is my view, and this has been my experience, and I've seen this played out many times before. So that first job, as my first job, was my academics, my grade levels, SATs, and all that stuff. Once you get into that workplace for the first time, what happens is EQ becomes very important. And I would argue, and people might debate this, that in one's career, and by the way, there's good news and bad news. The bad news is get ready to fail many times in your career, many times. The good news is you're going to fail many times. And the reason for that is if you never fail or have a setback, that means you're not trying. And if you're not trying, you're stuck. The issue with failure is it's a risk factor. But here again, if you don't fail, you're just going to be stuck, right? And failure is all about trying. And if you try, you're going to fail. But that's what it takes to be successful. I know it sounds kind of odd that I have to fail in order to succeed, but that's the way it is. So in the real world, once you enter, EQ is significant because the academics will get you that first job, promotions, other jobs, other opportunities. It's going to be a lot about EQ. And EQ is all about who you are as a person. It has nothing to do with title. I've met a lot of CEOs that have fancy titles of big companies, and they're not leaders. They're just taking a walk in the park. So, so at the academy, we teach what that means, the effectiveness, how to be a leader. But anyway, getting back to your career, it's that simple. And to me, one of the EQ characteristics when you engage in your career is the handshake and the smile. And people always say to me, that sounds pretty simple. That's 80% of leadership. The handshake has to be firm. And if it's firm, what it does is it conveys who you are as a person, that you feel good about who you are. The smile has to be sincere, because that means I care about you as a person, 80%. Right? So I can go on and on forever, but we'll leave that to the breakout session. But that would be my view.
Real quick, just to build on that, one of the big unlocks I've had in my career is, yes, you have to have great quality of your work, right? Your output has to be great, but the people who actually promote and rise the fastest is really more about how they do their job versus what they do. So that's what Ray was talking a little bit about around emotional intelligence and how you build relationships, how you're able to collaborate and connect with people. I think early in my career, I felt like I had to prove that I was the smartest in the room. That's actually the opposite thing that you want to do. Yes, you want to make sure that you're contributing, but how do you make people around you better? Your leaders will notice that. Showing a growth mindset, showing curiosity, those are things that's going to help you build strong relationships and sponsors that's going to help promote you and carry you into new opportunities.
Let me just pick up on that. So the other issue is, and I appreciate what you said, you have to believe in who you are first, because that's the only way other people will believe in you. So that's the issue of self-confidence and self-confidence. And just to pick up on what Corey said, these are all critical ingredients. And the issue with one's career is, how do you define success? Unfortunately, some people define success by the cars they drive, the house they own, the planes they have. That's not success. Success is finding out and defining your purpose in life, what it is you want to do. And when you get there, you'll know when you get there, you will never, ever have to work a day in your life. Trust me.
So who here eventually wants to have the job title of CEO, president, founder, the top job eventually? Could be 5 years, could be 10, could be 20. All right, raise them up high. Like, let's see, like, yeah, there we go. So, the next question I think is the big question. We have a vision of what we want to do, who we want to be, how we're going to get there, or maybe we're developing that vision over time, which is how most people have that journey. But, what does leadership look like, Corey and Ray, before you have the title, before you have the job? You can still be a leader and you can still demonstrate leadership. So what does that look like to you, and how does that leadership journey look and work in your opinion? Ray, take us away.
That's a good question. I think I'm going to give you a real simple answer in terms of leadership. First of all, leadership is not a title. All right. EQ is very inward, right? And so, and let me have that question again, John.
How do you demonstrate or show leadership or before you have the title or the role?
So here's leadership. Leadership, I used to call it empathetic toughness as a CEO. And people would say, well, that's an oxymoron. Empathetic toughness? Yeah. Leadership is primarily about empathy for your people. And in my experience as a CEO for 22 years, people would say, what's the magic bullet? And I would say, I love my people. And they knew it. And that's how we became very successful. So leadership has nothing to do with a title. Leadership, by the way, is not power. We all have this misconception that, oh my gosh, a CEO, you must be really powerful. And when I was a CEO, people would come up to me and say, wow, what is it like to be a CEO? I said, it's not all that great. I said, oh, you don't report to anybody. I said, no, I report to board of directors. I have the government I have to deal with. I have unions I have to deal with. I have HR I have to. So you really report to a lot of people. So to me, a CEO has nothing to do with the power. It's empowering other people. And in my generation at that time, leadership was more about power. It was very autocratic, very controlling. In my life, when I was first career, when you went to work, which is much different now, by the way, when you got a job at 20-some years old, you retired at the age of 60. That's the way it was back then. You worked for corporate America, you never left, one job, and that was it. Right? Nowadays, I'll guarantee you in your career and my career, I had 5, 6 different jobs along the way. And you're going to have more than just one job because it's the nature of the culture of our world today. What corporate America wants from you people is not so much obedience. They want you to think outside the box. They want you to have a lot of empathy. Steve Jobs, I met him once or twice. He said to me, "What is it like?" I said, how do you recruit?" He says, "Oh, when we recruit, we want people, we don't want to tell them what to do. We want them to tell us what to do." Interesting, which means you think outside the box. So in your career, when you get involved, get to know people, think outside the box, because that's very unusual. But the way to be a leader and ultimately progress in one's career, you have to think outside the box. And so anyway, so today's world is much different. And as individuals, which was not the case many years ago, you have to make yourself as a marketable commodity yourself. So your strength and your security no longer comes from the company you work for, it comes from who you are. And that's a key point. It's who you are, and you can make the difference.
Yeah, if I could add to that, I think the first metaphor that I would share. So when I was at Netflix, the former CEO Reed Hastings, he would say we want to hire people who basically would pick up garbage off the floor of Netflix, and also we want the people who will put the shopping cart back when at the grocery store. So are you a person, when you go to the grocery store, do you walk back to your car and put the shopping cart back, or do you leave it where you found it? And it's really all about this metaphor of, how do you leave it better than you found it? And how do you think about leaving your thumbprint and a legacy behind? And yes, for somebody in college or in university, that's like a big thought to think about, this whole concept of legacy, but very tactically, things that you can do is, as I said earlier, how do you make people around you better, right? Do you give up? Do you take space, or do you make space, right? Are you the first person to take credit, or do you give credit, right? These are all things that you should think about when you're working on, whether it's group projects, whether it is working in an environment. And really it's about trying to create an environment that gets the best idea forward and asking critical questions to help push the thinking of the organization. And so the more you can think about less of how do I make myself look good versus how do I make my team look good, again, the better and more successful you'll be. When we're assessing interns, many of our interns will be in group projects. The ones who try to make themselves look good at the best of the team, they might be the most talented person, but they're not going to be the ones getting an offer, because we see that they lack the humbleness to really be successful in the organization. We had this thing on Netflix that was called No Brilliant Jerks, right? We don't want people who are brilliant but are jerks. And so again, that's a testament around how do you make people better around you. And so what you all should be tactically thinking about in university is, how are you practicing being a leader, right? Because being a leader is about also making consistent good decisions, exercising and developing judgment, right? Those are all really hard things to do, and you build that through experience. And so all of you should be thinking about, how do you get involved in clubs and organizations, whether it's a treasurer position or a vice president position. All of you have opportunities to do that on campus that demonstrate leadership, whether that's in sports, whether that's in film club, whatever those things are, to get you used to operating under a little bit of a pressure, but also tightening your decision-making skills. And all of you now can be creators, you can be founders. And so those are things that companies look for. And it's this combination of taking initiative, being curious, and making connections and people around you better.
Yeah, let me just pick up on what Corey said about the issue of credit. And maybe I'll give you this as an example. When I was a CEO and things weren't going very well, I always took full credit. But when things were going very well, I took no credit. I gave it all to my people. That becomes an element of trust. And that's the way I led my organizations. And I fired over my lifespan of CEO of 20 some odd years, I fired a lot of executives, VPs, executive VPs, whatever. Never once when I did that was it a surprise. And most of the time, I think there was only one exception, they became my best friends. Think about that. And the reason for that is I gave them enough space, which made me vulnerable, for them to succeed or fail. They understood that proposition. That was the arrangement we had. So when they failed, I just filled out the paperwork. They took full responsibility. And you know what happened to a lot of these people? And I would tell them, it's not that they're not good, they're not competent. It was just a bad fit. It was just a bad fit. The interesting thing is a lot of people I fired went on to have very successful careers. So, but that's what it's all about. It's about if you penalize someone, if you terminated them, let's say, and it's because of who they are and they failed and everything else, that's kind of sad. So the person doing the hiring, and I hired a lot of these executives who sometimes I had to fire, uh, it wasn't the issue. I made a mistake because it wasn't a good fit and I hired someone. So I take on some of the responsibility. Once you do that, you get buy-in, you get trust. And here again, most of these people are still my very best friends.
So we could certainly talk about this all day, and we will, because you'll be at Riz Leadership Workshop, and Corey and I will be here all day today. But we do have to bring it to closing thoughts here, just to keep ourselves on track. So I'm going to kick it to Ray and Corey here. Start with Corey, and any closing thoughts, Corey, for the group here?
Yeah, I think we started to touch on this element of trust. And somebody told me this early in my career, and it's stuck with me. So like two things. I think the first thing is be impeccable with your word, and make sure your say-do ratio is 1-to-1. Things that you say you're going to do them and follow through. I can't tell you how many times we're working with early career folks and just people in general that they probably do one thing for every 3 things they say they're going to do. And so make sure that say-do ratio is 1-to-1. The next thing that I would just encourage you and leave you with is, one conversation here can change your life. And a lot of what I've realized in these spaces, and folks will kind of say this, it's a little cheeky, but your network is your net worth. And it's not really about who you know, but who knows you. And so think about that. And every career opportunity that I've gotten has come through a relationship in some way, some way, shape, or form. So you have some really amazing people here. Really put yourself out there, ask the tough questions. Like if you find yourself in these moments getting butterflies to ask a question, it's probably a good question. It's probably a question that other people want to know. So make sure that you push yourself, step out of your comfort zone, and really make the most of starting to build some really amazing connections and relationships with people, because everybody is here for you. People want to help you. And so it's important for you to put yourself out there and receive that. And also you have a lot to give as well, and we can learn a lot from you. So it's mutual, and I'm excited personally to just get to know you all even more better throughout this day.
So at the Academy, we have a lot of formulas, and I'll share with you this one formula. At the Academy, we try to define success. And here again, to me, success is being who you are and loving who that person is. It has nothing to do with money. It's all qualitative. So we have a simple formula. So we have academics, which in your case would be your technical skills, plus the work ethic, do you have a good work ethic, plus attitude. If you take those three, and there's others, but just for the sake of comparison, take those three equals success. And I would say to the students of the academy, so which one of those three, if you just had to pick one, they're all relevant, but just pick one, is the most important? Does anyone want to take a guess as to what that is of those three components? Wow. What were you going to say? Work ethic? Yeah. Attitude? Anybody else? Okay, so she's sitting right in front of me, and there's no right or wrong answer, but my answer would be attitude. And trust me on this. In your career, despite your talent, your technical skills, your work ethic, attitude will be key. And if you have the wrong attitude, and if you play the victim role, guess what? You're going to be a victim. So attitude to me, and if I had to here again pick one of them, that's the most important. And I can guarantee you, there's exceptions, that if you have the right attitude, you will have a very successful career. The opposite is true. If you have a bad attitude, now I can't give out guarantees, but be self-assured. If you have a bad attitude, you're going to be stuck. Literally stuck. That's it.
I love it. So strong closing statements, and again, we thank you all for leaning in and being here and being present and joining us. And again, accelerate today. Use today as a launch pad, but you don't have to figure everything out today. One step forward every day makes a big difference over time. So with that, we're going to move to our sports panel. I'm going to ask Gary and Stan and Nick to please come up. And thank you, Ray and Corey, one more time. Thanks, guys. Gentlemen, fantastic. So again, for any speakers in the room, we're running about 15 minutes behind or so, with apologies. So we have a cool crew up here. We're going to ask them to introduce themselves and talk a little bit about their journeys and who they are and what they've done and what they do. And Stan, you got to look over your shoulder real quick. See the power of digital editing. But with no further ado, I'm going to step aside, let these guys introduce themselves and get right into it. Another round of applause for our panelists here. Thank you.
Hey, nice to meet everyone. Stan Kaufman. I am the vice president of Wheelhouse Sports. I'm sure a lot of you, if you've been to these events, know and are familiar with Wheelhouse, and obviously Launchpad. But for our production side of the business, I'm across all of our sports productions, so partnerships with Anthony Edwards and Ben Shelton and others. But more importantly, here to talk with Nick Newell and Gary Lashevsky, who I am fortunate to know very well. But yeah, I think today we want to focus on, not just sports, but just really career paths and that experience that I'm sure a lot of you guys can draw from. So I guess just, starting with Nick, tell us a little bit about yourself and what you're currently up to in the industry and just sort of, your entry point and how you first started and just a little bit about your background.
For sure. My name is Nick Newell. I was born and raised in Milford, Connecticut. I don't know if anyone here's from Milford or not, but that's my hometown. I went to college. I went to school at Western New England University. I got a degree in communication. I worked actually in Stamford for a number of years for Encompass Digital Media over by the water. But really my passion was martial arts. And I ended up kind of falling into a career as a professional martial artist, mixed martial artist, and now a business owner. When I was 13, I loved action movies, old school ones. I'm 40 years old, so around the time it was like a lot of Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jean-Claude Van Damme, stuff like that. And like wrestling, like WWE, pro wrestling, I was a fan of. And one of my friends suggested joining the wrestling team, and I said this would be a good opportunity for me because I only have one hand. I was born this way. I was born with only one hand, and I don't want to be looked at as like a weak person. You know, I want to be strong. I don't want to be a victim. I want to be able to handle myself and and see how it goes. You know, I want to challenge myself. I want to know how I can do at this avenue. I want to see if I can defend myself, and I just want to test myself. So I started off, and I was not very good at all. I think I lost my first 17 wrestling matches, and not like very competitive either, like pretty bad. You know, like really bad. And I was a 103 pounder, so I was very small. I was in a weight class though, so the other people were the same size as me. But I was like a small guy and I couldn't wrestle, and that was like a really big wake up call to me that I need to work harder and I need to get good at this instead of quitting. You know, I signed up, and this is what I cried after my first practice. I went home and I said I didn't know I was so bad at this. Everyone's so good. I'm not meant to do this. And my mom is a pretty intense woman. You know, I could go on for days about her, but she basically told me that I signed up for this and I have to see it through. There's no quitting. You made a commitment and you have to finish it. And even though after I lost my first 17, I won my 18th one. And I was like, okay, this is a feeling that I like. Like, I feel like I earned this. And it feels, I get a little emotional about this too, because it was like hard for me to have to go through that. And especially in front of all my friends at school, like get beat up. And, and I was like, okay, I really like the way this feels. And I ended up winning another one. And I think I went 2-22 the whole year. And, my friend on the team, my friend Pete, he's since passed away. He told me, he's like, hey, Nick, look, you can get better in this year if you work hard and you train in the off season when everyone else isn't. He's like, everyone expects you to lose and everyone thinks you're gonna get beat up because you have one hand, and you're the only person that could change that. So I trained all year round, and I had a goal by my senior year. I'd like to maybe win more matches than I lost and place in my conference, and I did that my sophomore year. I ended up going from the absolute worst kid on the team and the worst in the state to one of the better ones in the state, placing my conference. By my senior year, I was all state, and I tied a state record for wins in a season. I ended up going and wrestling in college and doing lots of great things. If you want me to move on, I can give a break to someone else to talk and then go into MMA.
Why don't we circle back? But I think the touch point that I think to learn from too is just creating positive momentum, you know, and sort of taking sort of small wins and victories and turning them into momentum that obviously we can come circle back to. You know, Gary, I'm fortunate to know Gary, work with Gary, and on the receiving end of a lot of his mentorship. So be good to hear a little bit about your career, Gary, where you started, and you know, providing some of that wisdom you're so good at providing.
So thanks, Dan. Well, first off, thanks to John and the Launchpad team for having us. Yeah, my background similar. Nick, thanks for sharing that. I think that's awesome. From my side, grew up in upstate New York. Lived here most of my life, and for us, I've been really active in sports. Love that passion, you know. So if you could believe it, I joke this body actually played sports years ago. But no, loved it. Active in baseball. Got a chance and was fortunate enough to play college baseball at University of Tampa. And then my coach from Tampa went to Louisville. So I went there and played for a year. Got hurt. A lot of adversity, you know, similar to what Nick is talking about. Like you go through things and you kind of learn and define that. So what I was appreciative of is of understanding things are not easy, but we're super appreciative of getting those opportunities. So when you have them, take advantage of them. And then from there, left, was kind of down, came back closer to home, where, family was close and we're still close. And went to University of Connecticut and graduated there. So did that in 4 years, if you could believe it, because I really at that point kind of hit a switch that, I wasn't going to be a professional athlete. That was the ambition, right? That was the ultimate goal. And that didn't happen. So try to get out of school as fast as I possibly could and to do the things that were necessary in the professional arena. So did that, was really tenacious to get to a place, work for SAC Capital, with Stephen A. Cohen. And that was the early days of that business. And for me, it was like just determination and just being, again, another opportunity to be fortunate to get there and taking advantage of those opportunities. So that was really good and went through there, was there about, I want to say 15 years, and then left, took a little time, father of four beautiful kids, fortunate there as well, and appreciative and grateful of having that, most importantly. And yeah, and then from there, we've spun out and built our own business. We have our own venture business, and then to part of what Stan, we're again gracious enough for Brent Montgomery to allow us to come into Wheelhouse, and to look and try to help and contribute to what they're doing. So we're building a sports business around what we're thinking about, and yeah, and just again, I've enjoyed going back to my roots of getting to what really is the core of what we loved in sports and competition. So that's kind of the overall.
Yeah, no, I think that that's helpful, particularly for young people. I remember being in those seats too, and trying to sort of soak up any advice I could get and take inspiration. And I think that one thing that I would say is it's not totally important to know the destination, but I think to be curious is something that I would encourage in thinking through and taking vignettes of what Nick's saying, what Gary's saying, and sort of thinking about your worldview and how it can inform the things that you might want to be follow your passions about. And it doesn't have to be a means to an end, but I think it's important to be curious and think about the things that you may or may not want to do. And sometimes part of that experience is learning the things that you don't want to do by doing them. And so I think at this age it's just really important to get a wide worldview about what different jobs are, what different opportunities there are. So on that same note, I'll ask you guys both sort of a similar question. And Nick, particularly for you, you know, obviously a non-traditional career path, particularly when you go into wrestling and fighting and all of those things. But and I think there's something universal in this. Like, was there sort of an entry point for you, or like after you had those early challenges, to sort of circle back to what you were saying, or where you left off, like that you can remember that was beyond the wrestling that you started early, like those breakthroughs professionally, and what that moment was, and sort of what that helped inform you about what you wanted to do in your career in life.
Absolutely. So when I started fighting, I just started training because I was like, okay, I learned how to wrestle. I should know how to like punch and do all this and kind of defend myself. I'm not like a confrontational person. I'm actually very much the opposite. But I enjoyed martial arts and learning and doing that. So I went and I watched. I had teammates that I was training with, and I was like, oh, I watched the guys compete and fight, and I'm not saying this is like a normal way to think, but I was like, oh, I think I could beat these guys. So I was like, this actually might be a fun thing to do, because I would like never get into a street fight with someone. I'm a nice guy. I'm not like that. So I ended up doing it, and I lost my first one, and I was like, oh, this feels so familiar.
Humbling.
Yeah, feels so familiar. And I think that early adversity is something that really motivates me to be better. And this is not a fighting thing, because I don't really think it's even like a normal thing for people to want to do. But it was just something that I like to do. And I was like, I'm going to stick with this and do it. And I didn't really have a goal, like you were saying. I was like, I'm going to do this. I'm like, I'm going to take it one step at a time, and I'm going to go. And then I ended up winning 13 in a row after that one, and I won a major title. And when I won this title, I had like some problems with self-belief a little bit before this one, because the guy that I was supposed to fight had fought a lot of the best guys in the world and done really well, or beat them. and he beat a guy that was a world champion grappler and a guy that was a striking coach at one of the best gyms in the world. And I was like, so if he could beat these high level grapplers and these high level strikers, how am I supposed to beat him? I'm just a kid, that just enjoys this. And my coaches kind of told me to believe in yourself, and if you take what you have right at that moment and you make the best of it, then you can be successful. And the quote is, and it's not my quote, but winners win with what they have. And there's always a way to be successful, and there's always a way to figure it out. So I won that fight very easily, actually. And I'm not like being arrogant or anything like that, but I surprised myself. And I was like, okay, now no matter what happens to me, I have to have that.
On that point though, when you walked in the ring and you have all this self-doubt, your coaches are talking to you. How do you just sort of block that out and you just sort of instinct takes over, or what did that affect you in any way, or you were able to suspend belief to just sort of go out?
Um, my attitude is just like, whatever, I'm here. I might as well get it done. I'm not gonna curl up in a ball. I'm gonna just go and just try my best to get it done. And they actually, like, there was like this kid that had one hand that traveled to like come see my fight like pretty far, and they like put him in like the ring before I fought, and I was like, don't do this to me. This isn't a movie. This is not a movie. Like I can't guarantee that I'm gonna do this. And then I was scared, and then I looked at him and I was like, you know what, he's probably scared too. I'm just gonna do this. And I want
Belief. There you go. Gary, sort of on the same note, things that you felt early in your career that create positive momentum are really just sort of anecdotal stuff for obviously this audience about being young and being in your career and sort of seeking out those opportunities.
Yeah. I mean, I think a lot of people talk about it. For me, it was just pure determination, like I said. And then the most important part for especially, in this topic is your attitude, right? So like if you have a positive attitude and people see that, I think I like to be around people that are like that, right? And I don't think people really want to be around people that aren't, right? So I think that to me is like very vital. That's the advice I would give all of you. And candidly, like over the years, my attitude probably is not as great. So I think early on I saw that, and that really translates in success. So if you keep that, not only early on but and throughout, it helps you, right? So that would be my biggest takeaway, and then also relationships, right? For me, it's like it's embedded in me from my family, from the people that we're around. You have to have those, and I think in the world that we're in today, some people think differently with technology and stuff, but I still think that stays core to what is important. So if you have the right people, and like a lot of people say, if you have your best friends that you can fit on one hand, and it is true, right? So I think if you have the right people, you never let those people go, and you want them in your life. So that would be my advice.
Yeah, and I think on that same note, Nick, I think it'd be interesting to talk about going from such a unique career and what you were doing fighting and then into what you're doing today. Like, are there relationships, as Gary was saying, that sort of helped inform, you as you started to transition and start to think about, what you want to do for the rest of your career? Are there other relationships or moments that you can remember that really like sort of shaped those visions for you?
Yeah, so kind of a few things kind of shaped where my future ended up. I was kind of winging it a lot of the time, and I'm a very competitive person in everything I do, but I try to stay very like level-headed. And whatever I do, I try to do the best job at it, because if I ask someone to do something for me, I would like for them to do the same. So I kind of keep that attitude, and I was kind of got involved with a few nonprofits for limb difference and helping kids and speaking to kids, and people would ask me questions, and I was like, maybe I should kind of focus on helping other people with my life and kind of sharing some of my knowledge, because when I was coming up and I was competing, I was a good teammate. I always helped my teammates and people that needed me, but it was about me, and I was like, maybe it's time for me to focus and try to help someone else. And a few things that I think really helped me as a business owner. I own a gym. It's called Fighting Arts Academy. It's a martial arts academy in Milford, Connecticut, and I teach ages from 3 years old all the way up, no limit. All skills, all different goals. Some people want to lose weight, some people do it for fun, some people want to be professional. Everyone's different. And I think the thing that helped me was being a listener and listening to people and taking input and using that to shape my decisions that I make, because everyone has a different lived experience. I feel like sometimes people gravitate towards me. I don't have like a high, like I don't expect people to like care about what I'm doing. I hold myself to the highest standard of how to behave and what to do and how to work, but I don't have like a high sense of self-importance. Like I don't think I'm any better than the next guy. But people look at me because I have one hand and they can relate to me a lot, and it is harder in a lot of ways to only have one hand and get things done, but it is like kind of a gift that I am a social person, and everyone has hard things that they face in their life, and everyone has something that's holding them back and something that's telling them not to do it. And for me, I am literally wearing it on my lack of sleeve, on your sleeve, or lack of. So I feel like people can kind of relate to me in that sense, because there's no saying that my journey's harder than another person's, because I don't know that. I've never lived as anyone else besides myself, but in a sense, we're all going through something, and we can all use that personal experience to relate to other people.
Yeah, I think what you're saying though is pretty universal, and it says something about empathy and being coachable, to use a sports term. I think luckily enough for me, my dad worked in sports industry, and so I felt like I had a really good North Star and mentor that I could lean on that gave me a lot of that practical advice. And I think for myself and what I would say to young people, I when I was in school, I went to LSU and I volunteered at the SID office, running clips at the basketball games and doing whatever they needed stats wise at football games. I, interned for a Super Bowl host committee in Dallas. Like each summer or whatever, I just sort of was willing to take on anything to just sort of start to provide some of that positive momentum they both talked about. And I think what I gained from a lot of those different experiences were what I said earlier, which is, hey, sometimes doing something, it's not a lost cause. It can lead you to the path you're meant to go down. And so I think continuing to be curious and also coachable and taking advice and being able to be a sponge to say, like Nick, what you said, listening, really coming from the perspective of, I want to learn, I'm here to learn, I want to soak up as much information as possible. Like I think that goes a long way, particularly working across our industries and as Nick said, like literally like being coachable. You're coaching people that want to do all these different things. And I think to get the most out of things, it would serve everyone well to do a lot of listening and being curious. I could probably do some more listening myself, so I'm going to take that advice. But I think you know one thing that I feel is a good use of time, and as we sort of wind down, is for both of you, do you have sort of one of those universal pieces of advice that you think this room in particular could benefit from, that you've heard before in your careers that has been helpful?
Yeah, I mean, I go back to the basic premise of invest in people, right? Like invest in people that if you want someone to invest in you, you have to invest in them, right? So if you have that chance, not overburdening in some cases, but be respectful of people's times. But I think when you have the chance to go out and have an opportunity like here today, talk, be curious, follow up, and then just and try to go from there. So I would say that's the biggest, and go back to the attitude, right? Like if you stay and you're going through it. I remember there was a time in my life when early on in my career, I would do anything because I was so determined to get what I wanted, right? And that takes time. And then I know people walk through the balance of life. That was really all I cared about, right? And that created successes, but it also created times in my life that I understood differently. Like, all right, that's not a priority, right? So those priorities do change. But one thing that's remained constant for me is literally trying to make sure that I have those core relationships when there's going to be tough times. I can lean on those people, and that is family, that is core mentors, that is people in your industry. You're seeking that advice in a way where it's not selfish. It's more so of like you have a support group that you can kind of lean on. So that would be my biggest advice.
Yeah, same thing for you, Nick.
Yeah, for me, it's about getting it done no matter what, and not blaming your circumstances or blaming other people, and just taking personal accountability and keeping other people in mind, but having the mission to get the job done, and that's the way that I look at things. I'm like, if there's something I need to do, I'm going to figure out a way to get it done, and I'm not going to stop until I get it done. I'm not going to hurt anyone on the way. I'm not going to take advantage of any people on the way. I'm going to do this the right way, and I'm going to get it done no matter what. I did not grow up with many mentors, but I don't expect like people to feel sorry for me. I grew up very poor in apartments, and no one in my family ever played sports. No one in my family went to college. It was just like odd job type relationship. My parents split before I was born, but it's like I'm here, I'm breathing, I'm living. I have an opportunity in front of myself, and I'm going to make the life that I want for myself, and I'm going to do things, and I'm going to follow. I'm not going to be like impulsive, but I'm going to take risks, because the things that I went through, I can only share my personal experience, but with like wrestling, I took a risk, and it wasn't good at first, but it worked out. And I kind of just carry that over to other things like owning a business and relating to people and just sharing knowledge, because all these principles are universal and they apply to everything. So I'm just, no matter what, I'm going to get it done. It doesn't matter. I'm going to do a good job, and I'm going to get it done.
Well, I think that's pretty good advice. I would say as we wind down, I've asked a lot of questions, so I think if either of you have any sort of parting words for a group of obviously young and hungry students that want to achieve success in a multitude of fields that you could sort of give as we wrap this up.
Yeah, just to go back, like people, we can sit and talk about different things. I think my day starts 4 a.m. every day. I go back to a loop of different people that I speak to. That's every day, right? So that's friends, that's family, and most importantly, that's our industry. So what we do is, I'll talk to people all across the world, and that's consistent. And if you're consistent with people and you're showing up every day, for good and bad, right? Because there's not always times when you have moments that you're gonna receive bad news, and you're gonna also offer and give bad news, right? So I think that's, if you're consistent and you can do that on a continual basis, and you have your inner circle to do that, that would be my way, and that's throughout, right? My one thing also, I part with. I was lucky and fortunate at an earlier age in my career to know what was my priority, right? My priority, it wasn't in one part of my life, changed, right? So when I started at work, that's all I cared about, and you should be that way, right? And I know there's people that'll tell you you should have a balance. If you really want to achieve something, go understand what you want to do and do it, right? And do it right, and that's your core focus. But as you do succeed, things, as I'm older than most people in this room, but I would say as I got older, that changed for me, and I was fortunate enough to get out of our industry than what I had in success, but I prioritize more of my life with my kids and my family and my wife. And now that's where we are today, and now we're going in the second chapter, and that's balanced out a little bit more. So it just depends on how you want to go through that. But I do believe where you guys are today, yeah, I know it's hard. Figure out exactly what that is, be focused on that, and go and do it, right? And then as that evolves, you will see what's important to you, how you're happy or sad in those cases. There's always adversity that you're going to have to deal with, and that goes back to the supportive thing. So that would be my advice.
Mostly, I feel like I've said a lot of the things that I need to say. I just want to say that I'm very grateful that I was even asked to come here. And I feel like it's really a good thing that you guys are here and trying to learn from maybe people a little older than you in a different um point in their lives and you're trying your best to move on and make your life better. And that shows initiative, and you should be proud of that, and you should keep that momentum going and just keep working. And stay positive, positive thoughts. And if there's an opportunity that comes your way and it doesn't work out and somebody else gets it, be happy for that person. I think that's like a good thing that happened with me. I'm like, someone else being successful isn't going to hurt me. It's going to be a good lesson for me to kind of build off of and build my story. And like I said, I've had other jobs, I've done other things, and I fell into this life because I feel like I was meant to do this. And I have a really, really beautiful, good life. So I'm really happy. And I just appreciate everyone for coming and listening to me.
Well, great words of advice and a lot of universal truths there. So appreciate everyone's time, and particularly Nick and Gary. Thank you. And that's all we got. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
Next, we're going to welcome our entertainment panel. If we can ask Sandra, David George, Shanali, and Brent up to the front, please. Here they come. People are running. So let's give it one more time for our sports panel. They did an amazing job. And if y'all want to jump right up and jump in. So next, our entertainment panel. So this is the original part of Launchpad. We started with entertainment, film, television. We still have been building out in sports and music and everywhere else. But these are some of the founding chairmen: Brent Montgomery, David's been on the board for a while, Shanali and Sandra just joined. So this is like the Launchpad board panel and the entertainment panel, basically. We're going to ask them to introduce themselves. Shanali's going to lead the show here as moderator. I'm going to turn it over to her very, very capable hands. And with no further ado, our entertainment panel.
Thank you so much. This is so exciting to be here. Just the coolest program. Excited to be on the board with you guys. Just quick introductions first. I'm Shanali Bassick. I'm currently the chief investment strategist at a company called iCapital. It's about a $10 billion financial technology company. I used to be an anchor at Bloomberg Television for 12 years, covering the entire financial services industry. So media and finance is my background. Brent?
Brent Montgomery, Wheelhouse, as John Winkler mentioned, this week's a brainchild. My first day in television. Montgomery Wheelhouse. We started and built the Village, which I hope most and all of you will be frequent visitors in. And that was very much community driven from the very beginning, with the mindset of starting Launchpad and organizing the incredible people that you see today in front of you and alongside you guys. With this idea that Connecticut has some of the biggest, best companies in the world, led by CEOs who live right here. And we have an incredible college base that can put out such incredible talent. So the idea was to start Launchpad and call in my friends. I had the good fortune of recruiting all three of my colleagues here today. Shanali interviews the biggest CEOs in the world every week. This young woman runs all of global sports and entertainment for Morgan Stanley and just has a database of people and resources that's really unimaginable, I think, to a lot of people as they're entering the workforce. And I'll let, obviously, these guys talk about themselves, but David George worked with me for the better part of, I would say, a decade, and ran some of the biggest shows on MTV back in the day, and now runs a little baby show called Love Island.
Sorry. Wow, that's pretty cool. Well, Brett already told you who I was. Excited to be here. Happy to be invited. And I've been at Morgan Stanley now for 19 years. And we started our sports and entertainment business in 2014 and have been really growing across the sports and entertainment ecosystem as we think about how talent has evolved and changed in the age of social media. So we're really excited about it. And again, happy to be here.
I'm Dave George. I run ITV here in America. As Brent said, I cut my teeth at MTV back in the late '90s, early 2000s. Then I left to go join Brent at Left Field, and we were acquired by ITV, which is a British company. For those of you who don't know, you have to learn how to speak British, which is a very different language. More on that later. And I've been running ITV here in America for the last 8 years. And we have a really big portfolio of shows. I also just took over the scripted division as well. So our big show right now that's actually on is One Piece. That's on Netflix. But I also oversee Love Island, Hell's Kitchen. We also own The Voice, Queer Eye, Alone, Pawn Stars, Real Housewives of New Jersey, First 48. I'll stop there. It's busy.
Yeah.
It's busy. It's busy.
So before, you did a lot of cool things happening on the stage, a lot of amazing careers, diverse careers, but it probably wasn't always that way. You probably all started in some sort of scrappy form. And so maybe just take us all back into how you got started in the industry and what that looked like. Did you know that this was a path you wanted even when you got started?
I think, in television specifically, and so many other industries, it starts with internships and work. And I think that was the underlying reason why we wanted to work with you all and help you from everything from putting together a killer LinkedIn, a killer resume, making those first introductions, right? By having a board that is Netflix, is Paramount, is Morgan Stanley. I think, we wanted to really put creativity and capital in the same room by having, there's a lot of great young people in here with great ideas, but if you can't get the capital, then it's hard to make them. So I think that intersection is important today. But to go back, as Shonali was saying to the beginning, I did an internship that was overnights, and I guess not too many people wanted to work overnights, but it also gave me access to people who also were working overnights who had more time than if they were working at this news station during the day. And it gave me access to edit equipment that I would not have had if I was working with the other interns during the day. And I think what's so different for you all is the creator economy and the fact that many of you were learning how to edit and working on different technical platforms, the access to camera equipment, everything is much more affordable and accessible, to teach these skills. So getting in there and just basically going to whoever you can find and saying that you'll do whatever it is and then showing up. And it's just about working harder and attitude. And that led to the next thing that led to the next thing. And not to speak for everybody, but I was a sponsorship kid in school where my mom taught, so I got to go for free and be around kids with a lot more high-end opportunity network. And so it always put that chip on my shoulder. And I think everybody on this stage had to just work. There were no easy first steps in. And I think by the time you sort of net out years later, you're forged in a different way than people who had a different network that just got the easy way in. So
Sandra, what was your first big break?
I think for me, the big break that I played high school basketball and volleyball. I was dope in basketball. I needed most improvement in volleyball. But my coach wanted me to play volleyball, so I stayed in shape for the season for when basketball came up. I was a mess, but I learned a lot. But I took that and I went to Seton Hall University, where I had exposure to people that were still there coming back from playing basketball, men's and women's teams, and I played pickup ball a lot. And I ended up getting introduced to she should be called the dean, but she was the dean's assistant, who ended up being my godmother throughout my time there. And she gave me a work study, basically internship on campus while when I was going to school. And her sons ended up being an NBA player, and the other one is currently a coach at Rutgers. And so I grew up around the sports space and evolved into building relationships through my connectivity with which I call them my dear godparents, Brenda and Melvin Knight. And fast forward, I ended up getting my job at the Jackie Robinson Foundation through Melvin Knight, because he was playing golf with someone who was looking for somebody, and I already had a job, but he said, you need to take this job because this is going to be beneficial to you in your career. And he was absolutely right. So I was at the Jackie Robinson Foundation, which it was Jackie Robinson Day the other day, for 5 years. And I was able to meet so many people and keep connections and relationships because of that organization. And then it parlayed into me being recruited to go to Morgan Stanley, and then, all this history in the seat that I sit in right now. But I think for me, what has been most beneficial, yes, the experiences, yes, the internships, and yes, the education, but really is the relationships that I was able to build along the way, and meeting people in various fields. I mean, my undergrad was in criminal justice. My master's is in judicial administration. I wanted to be a lawyer, but my life just turned because of relationships and people that were put in front of me. And then my love for sports. I get to do a fun job every day because I still be able to do the sports, the entertainment side of it, and still call it work. And I bring home a paycheck for that. So I'm really excited, and I'm also really impressed with the young girl who saw at the time when no one taught her that relationships mattered. It was something instinctual that I just knew, and I'm just glad that I did what I did when I was younger.
First boss in journalism told me that I'm only as good as my Rolodex and my schedule. That was very good advice. So hustle culture, networking relationships. David, how do you think about those early wins, right? Where did you find them?
Yeah, I think, you're always the sum of the opportunities you took advantage of. And, for I was getting out of college. I grew up in a really small town in northern Vermont, and I decided I wanted to go to the city, and so I went to Fordham in the Bronx. I was also a big hip hop fan, which was a bit of a culture shock for me in the middle of the '90s. But my senior year, I had a course that you were supposed to go and try to get an internship. So I've told Brent knows this story, but like I went to the internship office, and there was nobody in there, but they had these binders. Back in the day, they had these things called binders. And they had all the flyers for all the places where you could get internships. And so I was thumbing through all of them, and there were two that I was kind of interested in. One was to intern at the David Letterman show, and the other was an internship at MTV. So being that nobody else was in there, I ripped the pages out of the binders because I was like, yeah, nobody else is going to call for this. This is going to help me. I don't recommend that, by the way, but so I went back and I called Letterman, and they said they weren't hiring interns. And then I called MTV, and this guy Ramon, who was listed on the flyer for MTV Soul, answered, and he had me come down and meet him, and we just hit it off. And he and I really connected, and he was like, "Let me help you get an internship here." So he helped me get an internship. This was my senior year. I got offered a job before I graduated. So I had to go to my professors and say, "Hey, I got offered a job," you know. And that job was actually Total Request before it was live. So it was a PA job, entry level job. And so, I was like, I got to take this job, or I'm going to go back and work at my dad's grocery store up in northern Vermont. So I should do this. But I'll give you guys a funny story. Like it's, you think about like, when's that moment when you're like, oh, I really, really want to do this. So my first day interning, I was down in the studio, and I was standing, in the hallway, and this guy comes up next to me, and he just starts talking to me. and the guy's name was Old Dirty Bastard. Um, and he and I are talking for like 15 minutes, and I'm like, oh my god, like what? I'm talking to Dirty right now, and he it was just like a regular conversation, and what ended up happening was he was there for like 3 or 4 days. And so the next 3 days, like I'd be standing there, he'd come up and like start talking to me like we were friends. And I was like, oh, I want to do this. I was like, this is exactly what I moved down from, Vermont to do, was to like be a part of like this industry and try to get into, at the time I really wanted to be in music, and probably more so than television. And it just really created that like spark in me of like, oh yeah, like this is why I'm not going back to Vermont. So I think you guys should be looking for like moments where you're like, it creates that and ignites that passion in you where you're like, oh my God, like this is the right path for me. And when you find those moments, it all kind of becomes clear, like, which direction you want to go in. Because I think for you all, it's a very different world out there now because content is everywhere, opportunity is everywhere. You just have to know where to find it. So my advice is always hunt out the opportunity and find that spark.
So everyone on this stage in so many ways is a leader in global business now, right? You run a major business. Not only do you run a major business, you also advise so many people on how to run their own franchises. And Brent, how many businesses have you built now? I want to do two things with you guys. One is start pretty high level and explain to this room how the business of media really works right now, media, sports, entertainment. In order to, this is the second part of it, help people understand here how to kind of think about where the opportunity is going to be as the landscape changes so quickly, right? Because, to call a spade, this is a brutal industry, right? It's a really tough, fast moving industry that's insanely exciting. But I think if you can kind of keep up with the trends, then you can kind of figure out where to put your spots. How does money flow into this space, Brent?
Yeah. So to take that in order, like, and somebody said this the other day, and I thought it was both accurate and scary. They said it's the fastest the world's ever moved and the slowest it will ever move again. And that just speaks to how do you differentiate yourself and how do you show up, and as you guys are all so young, you're at a moment where it can be overwhelming. I think when we think about, I think in a world of AI where intelligence is being democratized, just like Waze did for getting around and finding things. To Sandra's point, like relationships are going to be more important than ever. I think EQ is going to be more important than ever. Like one of the things when you when you hosted your annual private wealth gathering at the Village a year and a half ago or whenever it was, I've been around a lot of private wealth people. They look very similar. And then here you walk in with the most diverse group of private wealth managers that I've ever seen. And they're, of course, working with athletes and entertainers, right? Young people that did not have money, who have made money now and are scared and nervous about having a lot of money. And so they want to work with people that look and talk and understand their positions. And so I think, having done a show called Wife Swap many years ago, where they would take an atheist and a Christian or just any set of opposite people and just think that once we put them in the same room, they wouldn't get along. And in fact, you immediately try to find the commonality, right? Are you a parent? Oh, I'm a parent. Are you a brother? Yeah, I'm a brother, And so when I think about where you are right now and how to break in, think about the world of entertainment in sort of two buckets. What we call going for green light, right? Like going to Netflix, we go to Hulu, we try to sell these TV shows. Or we're having a lot of fun by green lighting our own ideas on YouTube or TikTok or wherever, Instagram Reels. And so there's no gatekeeper keeping you all away. If you want to be on the creative side of content, you can go do that every day and you have a network. Young creators have done this better than historical creators, this collaboration, right? Find out, ask other people what they think your strengths are, and then pair yourself up with complementary people. And And I think if you're, if you want to be on the creative side, but you have an opportunity to go learn from the capital side of like, all right, how does, how, to your point, how does the money flow, right? The money flows in the media world from brands, right? Can you go work directly with a brand that has an advertising spend that it can do that can greenlight the ideas? Or is it from the networks, or are there other individuals who want to put capital into the ecosystem? And again, don't go try to like, go to Netflix and get a few $1,000,000 to make your TV show today. Think about the things that you can do in order to put yourself around the hoop in order to get there. So it's exciting. I think it's scary, but really think about how your partnerships and relationships and your individual skills can be additive to other collaborators.
How do you think about this dynamic, Sandra? You advise so many people. How have they kind of made their way and positioned alongside the changes in the industries that they're in?
So what's so interesting is I have 400 advisors in my business around the country that manage money for athletes, entertainers, media personalities, and the like. And the thing that we always talk about is always asking the question, what's your why? Why are you in this? What are you in this for? And I think when you can answer that question, it helps with taking out the rest of the noise and ensuring that you're hearing your own voice. And there was one professional athlete who's now a former player but played in the NFL for a very long time, thought he wanted to go into broadcasting because that's what everybody else was doing, and he didn't like it. And but he did it because he thought that that was a natural path, because that's what they always say. Oh, after you finish playing, you can go broadcasting, you can go do this. But that's not what he wanted to do. And I think that again, when you have that conversation with yourself and you're honest with yourself, like this is not for me, but do I want to play in this media space now? But how do I play in it now? And for him, what I've saw him do now is he's actually investing in other creators. So he's now more so funding other people's dreams, but staying in the space of media. But he didn't want to be the talent. He didn't want to be in front of the camera, but he's still able to play in a space. So the thing is, do you think about, do you need to be the talent, or do you need to be the executive running everything with the talent? Do you need to be the talent, or do you need to be the person that's going to help to run the money and get the money together for the talent to do what they want to do? But what's your place? But at the end of the day, if you can answer the question, what am I in this for? It really helps you as you figure out your plan going forward, whether it's big dreams to leave from Vermont to go to MTV, or big dreams that I had from leaving Long Island to do something where I'm now in this sports and entertainment space that I never thought I could do. So I think, again, answering the question, what are you in this for, will help figure a lot out.
Yeah, the following, I relate to that so much because I thought I was going to be a local news anchor, but all the local TV stations were shrinking. And therefore, 2008 happened. I became a financial journalist and then became an anchor later on. But most of my friends in the industry are no longer in that industry anymore because it doesn't really exist in the same way. I'm sure you felt the same.
What, you had to go from local to global.
Very, very fast. But if I didn't let go of my initial dream, I wouldn't have been able to fetch the trends that
Right.
would lead me to the future, right? I'm sure you have to do this all the time for every show you create.
Yeah, I think, here's what I would tell everybody is that the single most important thing, because I work for a publicly traded British company, okay? I will spare you what that means. But what I will tell you is there's a lot of pressure on the finances, right? Like my day is staring at spreadsheets and projections and all of this stuff. And if you think about where I started, I just wanted to be somebody that was creative. Literally like that. I was like, I just want to be doing cool things. I want to like express my creativity in a very specific way. And my journey took me to this place where now like my creativity is very different in terms of what I'm doing on a day-to-day basis. I'm still weighing in on all the shows and casting and all of that stuff, but I have to manage a business too. And the big thing I would tell you that the big mistake a lot of people make is they think that the business side is going to catapult you to success. But the truth is, creativity is what catapults you to success. Your creativity will be the thing that fills your P&L and drives your business and does all of those great things. So I would always say, like, start with your creativity. And it doesn't matter like what part of the business you're actually in. Creativity comes in 1,000 different ways. I tell my, my finance team or my tax team sometimes, like, we have to get creative with how we're working with these tax credits that are down in Georgia and how we're working with these unions. So, there's a level of creativity in every aspect of what this business is. And, wherever you decide you want to land, your success is always determined by that. So
I was just going to add to that, like, build a little bit off what Sandra said. How you guys show up, like, if you can literally just show up and have something to show the person that you're trying to impress, that you're trying to get into business with, that'll differentiate you. Like, there's a guy now who runs the fastest growing part of our TV business, who David knows quite well, who showed up to my office on the first day with a fully shot sizzle reel. And I did that many years before, but couldn't get any traction. And here's a guy walking in, and that just at 23 or 24, it just level set me that this kid's ambition was bigger and broader than others. And so, in a world where people like us just aren't used to seeing people come in with something that says, here's value to you before I ask you for anything, it will really separate. And I think, David and I look a lot like other successful, people in our business, but this woman's a unicorn. Like, her counterparts, and same with you, like, the counterparts all kind of look the same, right? And so without knowing the nitty gritty, you just know that she had to show up in ways that we can't even imagine, right? And now I think that's a big driver for people up here and beyond who want to give back. And we really want to see who are those next folks that will come out and just work a little bit harder and show up a little bit more and not expect sort of stuff to come day one, right? Like, if you're ambitious and hardworking, you don't have to be the smartest person in the room. That's completely within this, 2 feet from your phone, right? If you have ambition and you work hard and you show up a little bit different and you play team, like volleyball, basketball, if you played a team sport, if you've worked in hospitality, you've got the right DNA to make it in media and entertainment sports.
Before we move on to our next topic, we're going to talk about AI in just a second. I just want to follow up with David on one thing. As somebody who is, deep in the business side, as, not as fun as the creative side as it is, how are you making decisions about what creatives to back?
I think it's just, there are people who instinctively have a good creative barometer. I don't know how else to put it. There's a gut feeling when you see something that is unique and special and different and, has potential. Like, from a development standpoint, it's very hard to pitch something brand new, right? Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, when you go and talk to people like in media now, it's like, good Lord, like, they've seen it all. So, like Brent said, I think the thing I always look for is just ambition on top of that creativity, right? And I say the key to my success was I always did more than I was asked. So if somebody asked me to do X, I would do X and Y. And they'd be like, huh, I didn't even have to ask him to do that. He just came in and did that. Oh, okay. And I think when you layer creativity on top of ambition, like, it opens up those doors and that opportunity without you even having to go hunt for it, right? Like, I'll give you an example. There's this guy, Sahil, who works for us, who actually came from Launchpad. And I could tell there was something special about him. He's not here, is he? So maybe works out. I don't want to glaze him too much because then he'll come ask me for a raise. But what I would say is I could just tell there was something about him. And the way that he approached his business, like, he dressed better than I did. He's better looking. I mean, there's a lot of things that he's got a lot going on for him. But I put him across this new area of the business, which is we wanted to launch like some new podcasts, but we really have to bootstrap this stuff, right? Like, there's not a lot of production. We're doing it all on our own. And he and this other guy, Sean Witt, like, just launched this podcast. I think we spent like $40,000 making it. They shot 8 episodes. They've done all the promotion work online. They've launched it themselves. And it's like the #7 music interview podcast on Apple right now and Spotify and everywhere else, right? And literally, like, I was like, you know what? Like, he's the type of guy that will know how to do this a lot better than me. And I think, like, that to me is like so critical to like what I don't have as a skill set, right? Like, it's a complementary thing. So, like, I'm not just scratching his back because I'm giving him a job. It's like he's coming and providing something for us that's very unique and different. So, um, when I think about like what does it take to stand out, it really is just you guys have so much going for you in terms of like what you're learning right now compared to like what we learned, many years ago, because you're in it. You got a phone, you're watching different media every single day, you're seeing different production techniques as you're scrolling. You're understanding the dynamic of what's getting likes and what's not getting likes. You're understanding trends. I mean, this is all how Love Island is made, just so you guys understand. It really is about like interaction with everybody. It's not really just about the television show, it's about how it interacts with the audience. And so, I would just tell you guys, like, you have a lot to offer. So don't sell yourself short.
So this group here has tools we never dreamed of having, and it's going to be able to create a lot of opportunities, but also a lot of competition. Sandra, this is interesting from your perch because, my husband's in the back. He's a Green Bay Packers fan. You can't take away Jordan Love, right? You can't. There's some skills, right? You watch an athlete on the field, and it's always going to be a human first business. But AI is probably scaring a couple of your clients too, right? Because or they're going to have to figure out how to operate in the world where AI is encroaching on parts of their entertainment world and adapting to it. How is AI changing your world?
So I'll take the positive side of it. I think AI is allowing people to have a lot more information on their hands. I was in an office in a meeting, and there was a demonstration where they put up a certain client profile and said, client is 25 years old, has $1 million, really uh, risk averse, 20 something, but it was some profiles. What should I be talking to this client about? And AI was able to spit out, you should talk about cash flow, budgeting, this, that. And so if you're a client and you're coming to us and you say, I'm about to go meet with a Morgan Stanley advisor, here's my profile. I don't know how much you want to put in AI about your profile because I don't know where the information goes. But what should I be having a conversation with the financial advisor about? It's going to give you a lot of great content. So you don't have to go in and thinking, I need to know all of these financial terms. I need to know everything in capital markets. I need to know what the stock is doing. No, I need to tailor this to me. Here's what's my concerns. What should I be talking to the advisor about? And you'll be amazed as to what it actually gives you a great blueprint of what you should have, the conversation you can have. So AI to me is exciting in that it can help enhance and break down barriers to things that you think you don't know, but it can give you that access. Like you could talk to AI and say, explain this financial term to me as though I'm an 8-year-old. And it will do it.
Show of hands, who's using an AI tool today? Okay, pretty good. That's like
That's really
89%.
good.
Okay.
Next time, let's see every hand go up because it really is mission critical. Like
Absolutely.
if to go back in the old days, artists, right? Like Disney's named after Walt Disney. And Walt Disney was an actual cartoonist who, during a frame of video or a second of video or a second of film, you would have to draw 24 or 30 different images to connect. And that's why animation looks so gnarly. And then computer animation finally came along and people were worried, like, am I going to lose my job? And to Dave's point earlier, if you're creative, now you've been given the tools, right? Like you all have the tools. 20 something years ago, Napster completely threw music upside down by giving it free to everybody. and then it got regulated and everything else. And music had 20 years of downward spiral on the financial numbers, and now it's come back in incredible ways. And then YouTube completely threw reality TV upside down because people are out there making their own shows and different stuff. And now AI is going to allow you all to make movies at the same level as Hollywood in your bedrooms, right? And that is the most exciting thing that I think you should think about. But then it becomes about, you don't have to write everything down. But I would encourage people to what's your name, young woman? Yes. Zadie? Sadie. Sadie is using technology to take notes, which means she's not going to lose them, which means she has them stored in data. Like, these are smart things that people like us will notice. And when you think about what matters to you to get a job, I would say it's two things. It's getting close to talent, and that can be in front of the camera or behind the camera, and getting close to intellectual property. I'll give you a couple examples. Dave and I were working together, and Love Island came from the UK, and Dave and I were trying to sell it, and it was made easier by the fact that it was intellectual property that it wasn't even that easy, that had success in the UK first. So that's intellectual property, right? Whether it be Kevin Hart's last film or Dwayne Johnson's new TV show, that's intellectual property that somebody owns. So the closer you can get to that and be close to it, that's great. Talent, right? Behind the camera. If you're a wannabe Hollywood writer or director, who's the DP, who's the writer, director, who's the talent that you can surround yourselves with? Ty Halliburton, Ant Edwards, Ben Shelton. All right, so these are three, I would call them top 5 or 10 athletes in the NBA and tennis, right? And none of them came from, the easiest paths. Ant lost his mom and grandmother when he was about 5 years old. And now these guys are culturally changing a lot through content. We're very fortunate at Wheelhouse that we are their content and brand partners. So by getting close to the talent, so I'll give you an example that's more in your sort of wheelhouse. When we got into business with Ant's 24 now, and his best friends are not 35 or 45, they're 23, 24, right? And so he's got a young kid, Trey, and Trey's got the access. Trey's got everything that we need to get from Ant. We got to go through Trey. Trey's with him in his hotel, in the locker room, everywhere. Trey's a great young man who wants to learn more, who's got ambition, who's like you guys in this room. So we're able to help give him, sort of the launch padness, if you will. And Trey's just knocked it out of the park for us. And by being close to talent, he made himself indispensable. So IP and talent are the two of the things that, as AI democratizes everything else, you get close to those two things and you're in really good shape.
David, how's AI changing your business? How are you using it?
I think we look at AI more as like a tool. I'll give you a couple practical examples. I mean, I think the big thing when you talk about people who are nervous about it, there's always corporate implication and working with unions, and people are a little bit nervous that there will be job loss because of AI. So that's where the kind of people get a little bit nervous around it. But it's coming anyways. You're not going to be able to avoid it. It reminds me of when Napster hit, and you guys probably don't remember Napster. You're very young, but music sharing was a big thing, and everybody was like, "We can't let this happen." And then before you know it, it's just kind of like there. But what I would say is I think we look at it as how does it help us with efficiency, right? So I've challenged every single department in our company now. By the end of the year, I'm doing a survey at the end of the year, and they have to come to me and say, I'm using this program and this is the efficiency that it's creating inside my department. So that's first and foremost, it helps us when we're challenged with budgets, when we're challenged with bandwidth and all the time. Use AI can help you. You know what it is? It'll create time, and time is the most valuable thing you have. Second thing is, I'll give you guys a real life example of one of the things we're doing with AI. We're testing it, is what I would say. So we do this show called Worst Roommate Ever. Have you guys heard of that show? It's on Netflix. So part of the show is, is people talking about, terrible roommates, which some of you may have. We can talk later. But what I would say is there are sections of the show that are animation. And we use an animation house to do these. And it's a really long process to animate, right? So it's like every episode's probably like a month or two to do animation. So one of the things we've been talking about with Netflix is like, hey, we should be doing some AI testing to see if we can accelerate this, right? If we can do this animation a little bit quicker, because that'll first of all help the budget. It'll help us get the show back on air a lot faster, and that means I'll get another order a lot faster, which is better for my P&L. So again, it's a real life application of AI and how it can impact my business. You're not sacrificing creativity, but you're trying to look for efficiency and how it helps your business.
So speed round, got a few minutes left. Within one sentence, see how many questions we can get in here. What trend in your industry are you most excited about right now?
I would say for you guys, vertical, and micro dramas. We did the first Snap vertical show in 2015, and it wasn't until right now where this is the fastest growing. Sorry, it's a long sentence, but micro dramas vertical is a super high growth content spot for y'all right now.
Sandra, most exciting trend.
I think is the cross section of sports and entertainment. It continues to be very exciting, and as you just mentioned, the three athletes that you're working with, they're athletes who are now content creators, and so the intersection and continuing to watch that happen is pretty exciting. I like micro dramas though.
The most exciting trend to me is that the power of entertainment is going back to the creator.
Okay. Final takeaway, advice you would give someone breaking into entertainment right now.
I think we've covered some different ways to approach it, but I think I always talk about like get your personal board of directors. And what does that mean? It just means find somebody that you want to be like, right? That might be 3 or 4 steps away, and just again, like see if they'll give you half an hour, once every 3 or 4 months, and then go find somebody that you find is only 1 step ahead of you, right? And just find these people again, like think about what you can do for them. Like, as a parent, I'm always thinking about how I can learn from young people to be a better parent, right? So you figure out what you have that is special, that maybe just in an interview wouldn't be the first thing that pops into your head, but you're like, all right, learn sales. Like, even if you're not selling knives like I did or long distance like I did, you're always selling yourself. And so to be able to know what matters, right? Like when you go into an office or you get on a Zoom, she's got these really cool, NFL jerseys right behind her, right? And, if just find those little things that you can lean into together and connect. I think in a world that is, and you guys, I have very high hopes for the generation that went to college during COVID, had to work their first job during COVID. Everybody talks about this generation. They lump it all into one. It's 3 or 4 micro generations right now. And I'm sure almost all of you went through something that was a punch in the face. And that was hard, but it also gives you scar tissue to go be tougher and show up harder than others. So find out what it is in you and your why, and go sell against that.
Advice.
I would just say continue to take advantage of opportunities like this. I mean, to be in a program and being a part of Launchpad, and then connecting with other people in the room, and connecting with the speakers, and connecting with the people that's over there by the bagel station. I mean, just talk to everyone. And I think from that, you will build those board of directors, you'll build those relationships that are going to be needed to continue to launchpad you in the places that you want to go.
Advice.
I would say, what would I say? I had all this time to think about it. I was just listening to them. I would say, look at failure as a success. And I say that because we're all gonna you're all gonna fail. I hate to say it, I failed. Everybody up here has failed a bunch of times. And you know, if you get down on yourself when you get the word no, you're not gonna go very far in this business or in life. Like you have to look at that as like, okay, why did the no? What, you know, what could I do differently? What could, you know, how could I make myself stand out? What should I be doing differently? And look at that as a challenge as opposed to failure. You know, it is a really, really tough business, but you know, you'll find your niche when you're, you know, when you're true to yourself and you really want to get into what you want to do. I mean, I can't tell you guys, like the town I grew up in is really small, like, you know, like people from now are like, oh my God, like you do all this stuff? Like I had no idea. I'm gonna go back to the farm. So, you know, that's what I say. You just have to understand, you just got to keep grinding and you'll figure out what's right for you and, you know, how to get there.
Just to build off of what you said, like we think of this as on platform. Go find each other off platform, right? Take the launch pad, do stuff together, collaborate, come back, tell us what you've done. Like, don't limit it to these, you know, infrequent rooms, because you're surrounded now by people who have done these things and people who want to do these things, and you have each other to help do those things.
And that's exactly what I was going to say too. Find your mentors, find your board of directors, find people to inspire you, but lean on each other too. Constantly finding myself asking for advice among my peers and, you know, keeping in touch with people over the course of a career that I actually never thought I would. So the people that are around you today might be some of the most important people in your career. You just don't know it yet. Anyways, thank you guys
Thank you.
so much. It's great with you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you both. That was fantastic. Thank you. All right, so we got one more panel and then lunch. I'm sure you're getting hungry. You're ready to network. We got some incredible people in the room, as you already met this morning. So our next and final panel is Launchpad Music. So we're going to be talking about how to get in and how to get started in the music industry. But as you know, every industry cuts across every other industry. Music has finance, entertainment has soundtracks. So it all works together, it all integrates. It's all really critically important. And so with no further ado, I'd like to welcome our music panelists to come up, please. We have Makita Mays Green, Jim Koplik, Dave DiCiani, and Gary Delabate. So guys, please come up. So just like we do for all of our panels, we're going to ask them to introduce themselves. They're going to share more about their journey. So we're not going to double dip. I'm not going to do all that up front, but we're very lucky to have them up here today. Collectively, they have decades of experience. They've started hundreds, probably thousands of careers as hiring and starting from gigs and internships. And so with no further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Makita, Launchpad board member.
Thank you so much, John. Good morning. Yes, you all look so good. Okay, we have a question before we get started. Who out here loves music? Yes, yes. So you're in for a real treat because music is one of those ubiquitous forces that brings everyone together. We are so proud to have you join us today for the Launchpad Summit and specifically to join us on this panel around Launchpad music. You are in for such a treat. We have hottest people in the industry. I know a lot of you see people performing music, but you realize is that the power is really in the players who are making it all happen behind the scenes. So we're going to dive into that, what it looks like, how do you get into the music industry, and more importantly, how do you grow and sustain while you're there? I'm going to have our panelists, our esteemed panelists, start with a brief introduction of who they are, and if you can share your current role. We'll start with you, Jim.
Sure. My name is Jim Koplik. I run the Connecticut and upstate New York market for Live Nation concerts.
My name, hello, can you hear me? Hello. My name is Gary Delabate. I'm the executive producer of the Howard Stern Show. I have been for 42 years. I've seen a lot, but the biggest thing I could say is I've booked every guest and every musician who's ever been on the show in the history of the show.
My name's Dave DiCiani. I manage a band from the area called Goose. I'm with 1111 Group. Manage several of the artists, but yeah, artist management.
Yes, I think we're all hooked up, right? Mic check 1, 2.
Test, 1, 2.
Hello, hello.
All right, let's dive in. So, guys, you have such rich histories in the industry. I think what will be helpful to all of us here is understanding a little bit about how you got your start. And so, Dave, why don't we start with you? We'll go down the line.
Yeah, so I started in the industry when I was in college by just involving myself in the local live music scene where I went to school. I started picking up any gig I could at small concert venues, started networking at that scale, and then kind of took it regionally, started working at festivals and meeting different artists and things of that nature in the Southeast. I went to school in Virginia at James Madison University.
Great. I'm just going to just double tap into that. Was there one particular moment where you said, "Oh, this is where I'm supposed to be"?
I think I just always loved live music, and it always really spoke to me. So I don't think there's a particular moment where it felt like, oh, this I'm headed in the right direction. But I think, you know, as I was growing in the industry early on, just starting to meet some artists that I really admired was, you know, that was a moment where I knew I was headed in the right direction.
Right. Yeah, I feel like, someone who has started in this industry as an intern, there is something that sparks you. You feel like this feels like a fit, and you want to continue to grow. So we'll talk more about those artists and those experiences in just a bit. Gary, what was your experience?
So I'll be talking a lot about being hungry and how to differentiate yourself. And I think that's how I got in the business. So I was in college and I wanted to intern at this local radio station. You were not allowed to start an internship till you were a junior. I did a favor for one of my professors by dubbing some tapes she needed for a class. She said, "How can I repay you?" I said, "I want this internship, but I'm only a sophomore." She's like, "I'll get you in." So I was already a step ahead. I started at that radio station on Long Island, and I made a good enough impression that the guy that I interned for, even though I did 4 more internships were so important, that we stayed in touch. And when I graduated, he was looking for jobs for me. By that time, he had moved over to NBC, looked on the posting board, saw there was a job, a part-time job working for the traffic reporter at the local radio station, got me an interview, made a call for me. I got the job. And then at that job, Howard Stern was the afternoon man. I was looking for any way I could stay there longer than 6 to 9 in the morning. So I started driving the prize car for minimum wage. And while I was driving the prize car, it was during Howard's show. I met Howard. So when an opening came, people kind of knew me, and they knew me. I was only supposed to be there from 6:15 to 9 a.m., but I, had nothing else to do the rest of the day. So I just kind of made it my business to be around, and it helped.
Yeah, definitely. I'm really happy that you mentioned the internship piece, because that is often a smart entry point for people. It's not the only way, but it's a smart way. It's certainly how I got into the industry. And also, what I take away from what you shared is the importance of not only being hungry, but also being willing to persevere, push through, and help people understand who you are as a differentiator. You weren't just the typical intern, so to speak.
Yeah, the other thing is internships were great for me to learn what I wanted to do. And then I did some internships and I was like, oh, I don't want to do this. I thought I did. So this is great. And so they were helpful. But I did 5 internships when I was in college, and I would not be sitting up here today if it wasn't for those internships. Good, bad, or otherwise, they're all a great learning experience.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks for sharing, Gary. Jim, why don't we turn to you? Tell us about how you got started in the industry. What sparked it?
Well, what sparked my interest in music was my first concert I went to was at Carnegie Hall with a band called the Beatles. And the excitement of seeing the Beatles in 1964 as a 14-year-old was unbelievable.
Yeah.
And that sparked my interest in music. But I didn't get into the music business until 1968 when I was at Ohio State University. And I was working for Robert F. Kennedy for president at the time. And when he was assassinated in June of 68, my other interest other than politics was music. So back in 68, which isn't the case now, we'll talk about more how to get into the business now versus 68. I took my for money, which was $2,500, partnered with a friend, and together started a concert business out in Columbus, Ohio. And there was no internships then. There was no such things as internships back in those days. So I really started my business with my own money, and through time I built it, and I ended up coming to New York, starting to look in Connecticut because there were certain markets that were still had no promoters in it because very early in the concert industry. So I came to Connecticut and started promoting concerts in 1971 in Connecticut, and here it is, 2026. I'm still promoting concerts in Connecticut. I haven't gotten too far as far as I've gotten.
Wow, wow, absolutely remarkable. And, just looking at your resume and the esteemed concerts, the esteemed artists for whom you have produced, can you just tell us a few of those names?
Sure. I've had the pleasure of promoting about 10,000 concerts in my career.
Can we just give a round of 10,000?
All right. I don't care who you work with. Have you worked with Taylor Swift?
Yes.
Ah,
I worked with Taylor Swift. She was an open act for a Tim McGraw show that we had out at Mohegan Sun Arena. And she did meet and greets. And I'm sitting in the dressing room with her as she's meeting all the fans. There were about 100 fans, and every one of the fans she hugged. And I went over to to Taylor's mom, and I said, I've never seen an artist in a meet and greet hug their fans. And she goes, if she hugs their fans, they will always remember getting a hug from Taylor Swift. And that is Taylor Swift. She is a wonderful, warm human being. And listen, she's a superstar because of her music, but her personality also makes her a superstar. And I was lucky enough to see that personality 17 years ago, and it still extends. But I promoted McCartney, I promoted Pearl Jam. We have every Billy Joel. They did the last play at Shea Stadium, 2 shows. The last 2 plays at Shea. Woodstock '94. I promoted Watkins Glen with 600,000 people in 1973 with the Allman Brothers, the band, and the Grateful Dead. I did that show. So I've done a bunch of festivals, a bunch of concerts through the years.
Ooh, absolutely outstanding. Yes.
And we did have the Foo Fighters coming in 2 weeks.
That's right. So get your tickets, everyone.
Yeah, no, say that.
Well,
This is everybody's dream.
Yes.
we talked about the Taylor example and giving the hug, and basically, I think what it goes back to is something that you all said with it, which is how do you stand out? How do you make yourself memorable? Investment are you making in the industry? And I think the bigger takeaway for everyone here is that it's not just about what you know, it's also an element of who you are. What characteristics are you bringing to the table to establish yourself as a go-getter and someone who's going to have longevity in this industry? Dave, I want to go back to you. When you were thinking about this industry and looking out at the young people here today who want to be involved in music, what characteristics are you looking for?
I think drive and passion are, 2 really important characteristics of, jumping into the music industry because, it definitely is not the easiest industry to get involved in, and it does take a lot of effort. But the payoff is huge. So yeah, I think, my drive early on and the hunger that Gary spoke to really allowed me to separate myself from the pack a little bit. I think creativity is not just at the musician level, but at management is pretty important. You sort of need to meet an artist in the middle with the creative approach to the way you manage their career. So I think those are some characteristics that are super important to what I'm looking for when I'm working with young people. in the
Yes,
industry.
for sure.
Yeah.
There's specific examples of someone who's shown up and you said, oh, they actually have this, 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 this. And how did you know?
How did I know when someone's shown up with that? I mean, I think passion is pretty obvious, and I think that's so important. When you meet a young person who just is immersed in music and immerses themselves in the industry, that's just very clear. There's a lot. If you immerse yourself in it, you can learn a lot by osmosis before you even actually jump in to the industry. I think I grew up going and seeing so much music and listening to so much music And by the time I got into the industry, I already knew more than I realized just by like observation. So I think that's apparent just immediately when you meet someone who just loves it.
Great. And Gary, you've seen so many people, so many players come through this sound stage, come through the studio. How do you know when someone has the it factor?
So again, I look out there and I feel bad because you look at 2.5 old people sitting up here. You're much younger than me. And so it's been a while. And some of the stuff I'm going to say, I have a 28-year-old son, and his friend said something to me, and it really resonated with me. When we were talking earlier, I was saying attitude has a lot to do with it. And you don't want to get taken advantage of, but you do want to set yourself apart. So you try to go the extra mile. So I said I had interns. So first of all, my head writer, my co-executive producer, and my co-booker on the show, all former interns, all people who interned for me who showed up and stood out above the rest. And so I said, I would get 15 interns to start the semester, and I would look out the door, and it'd be a simple task. I would be like, hey, I need you to go get the guest a cup of coffee. What's your name? Jim, can you go get it? And either that person jumps up, bounds and gets it, comes back quick, gets it right and hands it. Or sometimes people give you a look like, I didn't come here to get fucking coffee. And I'm like, I know, but like, if I'm not going to ask you to do the next big thing if you can't do the first simple thing first. And I've had my son's friends say things to me like, well, if they want me to stay an extra hour, they got to pay me. And I get that. Don't get taken advantage of. But at the beginning, you're in a pack and you have to figure out how do you differentiate yourself from the pack. And it's not always about giving something away. It's about showing who you are and what you know you can do.
Yes, yes. Did you all hear that? Showing who you are and what you can do. I think that's such an important point because it's very easy to come in and say, okay, well, I'm here, and you expect people to give to you. I think what's so acute about what you're saying is the importance of being able to give and have people see that because you are giving of yourself in that way, you really want to be there, and they're invested, you're invested, and they will in turn invest back in you.
Yeah, I can't tell you how many interns I've met over the year who thought they were coming to the show to co-produce it with me. And oddly, one of them does co-produce it with me now, but it took a long way to get there on the first day. So I'm not saying you have to be subservient and you have to kiss ass. You just have to kind of like read the room. Like there's people who just read the room, you know what you can and can't ask. And when you're interning, this is my joke I say all the time. Everybody loves an intern. Everybody avoids somebody looking for a job. So when you're an intern, you have this access. People are like, I remember when I was an intern. How can I help you? Take advantage of it.
Absolutely. One of the things that this generation often gets layered onto them, I think two words that I often hear. One is entitlement, and then the other is entrepreneurship, right? And so there are different connotations with each of those, but I think with respect to Launchpad Music, we're here, if we were to add another E, we are here to empower. And so I want to turn to you because with respect to the work that you're doing with concert promotion, all of the artists you've seen, the many roles behind the scenes, what are some of those early entry roles that are in need, but people might overlook?
Well, I've been a lot of interns, and we're very into the growth of our business from the bottom up. So we like hiring young people. It happens to be a very young business right now, the live entertainment industry. There are a lot of classic rock bands that are still touring. But when you see Sabrina Carpenter, Benson Boone, I could go on and on, Olivia Rodrigo, all these young, under 30-year-old artists are all of a sudden playing arenas. So we need to hire young people like everybody that's out here because I don't understand that music. I understand music I grew up listening to. So you people have become so much more important to our industry. Your opportunity is really in the live entertainment industry. When I do interview people, I look for a couple of things. I first of all look for identify with me because they're going to work with me. So I advise everybody, Google them, see who they're about and what they're about. Because if you can carry a conversation on with them about the interviewer's interest instead of interviewee's interest, you're better off. You're connecting with the interviewer right away. Secondly, learn what they do, not only who they are, but what they do and how you can help them. Thirdly, write a thank you note. Very important to write a thank you note, not an email. Gary and I were talking about this earlier. Mail still exists. People in the 40s up, mail. We still appreciate mail.
And it's another way to differentiate yourself because most people aren't doing it.
Emails are great. We do business on emails. I booked an Eagles show in Hartford by email. I never spoke to the agent. I did it all by email, how much I was going to pay the $1 million to them, everything I was going to do with them. A guy named Jeffrey Azoff. He was the biggest managers in the business, son, but he did everything differently. He did it by email. But the personal touch of an interview is so important. And I usually say, what music do you like? But the person is young of age, but an old soul at the same time, a big plus. So learn, as I said earlier, learn about the interviewer. That is a key element of getting an internship.
Yeah.
And I do want to say very simply, when people come to intern, some people look at it as, I'm going to get my credits, it's free labor, et cetera. I'm looking for the next person who could work for me. And I've already told you that I've hired, those are just the 3 big ones. My entire office is filled with ex-interns who kind of rose above.
I'm so glad you mentioned that because I think what can so often happen is you begin to look out into the industry and see, oh my gosh, this role sounds great and that role sounds great. And there's also an association of you must have X amount of experience, right? You must be able to have this set of skills. It becomes a bit of a chicken and the egg race. Dave, I turn to you because as people are looking into different roles, entry roles in particular, what are some of those must-have skills that are going to help you stand apart in today's day and age?
I think on the artist management side, there's a lot of, opportunities to earn or gain experience without, the requirement of 3 to 5 plus years of, hands-on experience. I think you can go get involved at a local venue, selling merchandise, potentially interning as a tech without a ton of experience, and getting involved on the production side of what musicians do. Same thing at studios. Studios will often hire somebody to grab coffee, and you can kind of work your way up through that avenue. Internships at labels also, or management companies also, don't require a ton of experience, and there are entry-level positions available.
One of the things that you touched on, by the way, like if you're looking to be an engineer and you get hired to get coffee at a studio, you're not getting coffee. You're watching a master engineer work and set up. And if you're smart, you're watching their every move. And when you find the right moment, you're asking them why they did what they do. It's not about getting coffee. It's about learning.
Exactly. Yeah. It goes back to that osmosis, that just being around it. Like if you're paying attention to what's happening around you, there's a ton of things you can learn. And if you're working in a venue, there's all sorts of people coming in and out. The tour manager, the booking agent might be there, and everybody working for the venue. And there's just little things you will pick up by just being in the environment. But yeah, I think, in any element of the industry or any sector of the industry, there are entry-level positions available, whether it's internships or otherwise. You just kind of got to go out there and look for them, and don't look at any opportunity as being too small. Because there's just a lot out there, and you're going to meet a lot of people by putting yourself out there, which is one of the most important parts of getting into the music industry.
That's so true. If you said opportunity is an opportunity. There's nothing that's too small. I started my career at Sesame Street, and I distinctly recall there was a young woman who was an executive assistant to one of the senior vice presidents, and part of her role was to print off these scripts. So as the scripts were printing, she wasn't just standing idly by, she was reading the scripts, gaining knowledge, building her own skill set. And today, that young lady is now vice president at the organization. So every opportunity is an opportunity. You want to take advantage of who you are around, what you can learn, and never just be sitting idly by the sidelines. There is always an opportunity to learn and grow. What all think about informational interviews? Informational interview, I actually didn't learn about that until I was in graduate school, but what it is essentially is an opportunity for you to reach out to someone who is in the position that you might ideally like to have and understand how they got there. So in many ways, their footprints can become a blueprint for you. Did you all do informational interviews, or have people reached out to you for informational interviews? What are your thoughts?
I get those types of emails all the time from students and young people. And I answer all of them. And I get on a call with everybody who reaches out, and I'm happy to talk about it. I'm happy to provide a little guidance. I also think it's like the first step in putting yourself out there. And some of those people who have reached out, I've either helped get a job with another, colleague of mine, or I've tried to lead them into my organization in one way or another.
I did not do informational interviews because I don't think it was a thing, but I've done many with people, and I will talk to anyone. I probably have 20 people, if a friend of a friend of a friend says, hey, my kid wants to talk to you, I never say no. I was saying earlier, I had no breaks in this business. My dad was an ice cream salesman. He didn't know anybody in the business. We didn't have a ton of money. I just did my internships. And so I understand what it's like to have to work a little bit harder. There was a girl I went to college with. We all hated her because her dad was an executive at ABC. And she goes, oh, when I graduate, my dad's just going to get me a job. I was like, wow, imagine having that luxury. So, if anybody wants to talk to me, I will always talk to them because I feel it's my obligation. The interesting thing is there's a kid who interned for me. One of my favorite interns ever. The end of the story is he's not a kid anymore. And he went to go get a job somewhere. It wasn't even a job. It was to be a board op at WFAN radio, just a board op, minimum wage. So I called the guy that ran the place. And I said, best intern I've ever had, talk to him. So the kid calls me back a couple of months later. He goes, I never heard from anybody. So I call the guy back. I go, best intern I've ever had. It's a board op position. It's part-time. Just hire it. I don't know if you're familiar with the company Odyssey Radio now, but he is the president of Odyssey Radio. And, I didn't know he was going to be the president of Odyssey Radio. I did know that he was good and he was smart.
Yes, and your word has value, right? Your word has value. I was sharing with these guys, I was with one of the most incredible record producers of our time, Jimmy Jam, who's one half of the Jimmy Jam and Terry Lewis songwriting and production duo. I was with him yesterday out in San Diego, and one of the things that we talked about, he said, Makita, there is the equity of credibility. The equity of credibility. When you have someone who is so credible in this industry to vouch for you, it goes a long way. And so I encourage all of you to talk to these fine gentlemen here because they also have the equity of credibility in this industry.
And I will say right now that I won't vouch for somebody unless I believe it. I don't vouch for somebody just because they're my friend's kid. I got to talk to them. I got to know. I'll tell you one of the great things. So many people, can you talk to my friend's kid? Get him on the phone. First question I ask him is, what's your dream job? Forget about money. Forget about anything. What's your dream job? And some of them are like, I don't know. And some of them are like, and then there are the ones who are like, I know exactly what it is. And that's how they've already in 15 seconds risen to the top.
Yeah, again, how do you make yourself stand out?
Yeah.
Jim, you talked about some of the biggest names in the industry, the biggest artists, and I think about your pathway. If we are encouraging the students here to think about what pipeline to a role like yours would be, what does that look like?
Well, I do internships. We, like Gary and I'm sure Dave, and they become our employees because they do learn. And you're right. If they're going to the copy machine and copying a Goose contract, they're seeing what Goose is getting paid, so they get an idea popularity-wise what they're learning. An artist, using Goose as an example, should get paid. They get our ticket counts. They see how tickets are selling. The writer, because the writer is very important. If the artist isn't happy at a show, I'll never get the show back again.
I just want to say one thing. Doing all that is the right thing, but the bigger thing is not telling all your friends.
Very true. Yes, we were the first in Connecticut. It was called silence. Whatever this never gets outside because God forbid an artist gets known that they get paid, or let's say their writer which is sometimes alcohol. In the 70s, it was drugs. It's no longer drugs, but in the 70s, it was drugs. And it's private. It is a private business. It's a public business to the industry, to the public. It's a private business to the industry. So again, I really like what Gary said. If you're an intern, you're learning. And we give you important jobs as interns. Getting coffee, we don't do that at our office. We get our own coffee. We look at learning. We want you to learn in our office. So we get our own coffee. We get our own lunch. We do copying for the interns do the copying. We don't do the copying. But as I said earlier, is copying because you're reading what's being copied. So the secret to me is if you're in college, be on a concert committee because I'm in the live entertainment business. When you get out of college, look for a paying job, internship. It's Dave is right. It's a very hard business. No question about it. There's no secret to instant success in our business anymore. It's not like it was back when I started, when it was a new business. Take your time. Two things are important. Passion, but you have to also be good. And if you're not good at what you do, no matter how much passion you have, you're not going to make it. You're really not, because you're not going to earn enough money. You have to still be good at what you do.
I actually feel sorry for you guys, and I will tell you this because, back in the day, you used to be able to go in for an interview. My son's 28. He went to Syracuse Band Air School. He's, had some jobs, but he's still looking. And I see, like, sometimes you do an interview on Zoom to no one, where it's like a person, it's like a bot is asking you the question. So you can't even impress that person. You can't even stand out with that person. He's told me about, he's heard ways that when you put your resume, you can put an invisible sheet over it with buzzwords that might get through to the next level. But it's hard. I feel bad. It's hard for you guys to make a mark to get through the first level where it used to be able to. The human element has been taken out of it. I think it's a huge mistake.
Yeah, we do Zoom interviews. Our company, Live Nation, is a multi-billion-dollar company. When I hire somebody now, they have to apply through my HR department. I get the 5 best candidates as far as they're concerned. If I don't like the 5 candidates, then they send me another 5 candidates. It's a much longer process. And we Zoom people the first interview. Be excited. Look interested. I can't tell you how many people are so boring on a Zoom call interview that I don't want them in my office. They're just too boring. We just hired a young girl about 2 months ago in our office, and we Zoomed her. She was from San Diego. She's actually from Colorado, Dave. Actually, she's from Colorado. And she was so enjoyable to talk to and so excited and such a bubbly personality that I got off that Zoom call and I looked at the 2 other guys that were doing the interview with me. I said, she's my number 1 choice. And it wasn't only by her knowledge, it was by her personality. Show your personality in interviews. We want people that make our office better. So it's not only intelligence, it's not only knowledge, but it's also personality. It's very important to the health of an office. The office environment is a key element to the success of a business, in my opinion.
Yes, it's not just about the professional skills, but the personality that accompanies that. I know we only have a few minutes left, and I want to ask 2 final questions. One, when you think about the music industry, there's often a lot of focus on the glitz and the glamour. What is something that is often misunderstood or undervalued about working in this industry? And
Don't meet the artist. If you work for me and you want to meet the artist, you're fired. If you want to meet the artist, talk to me, and I'll go to the artist. But don't be a fanboy or a fangirl. If you're a fanboy or a fangirl, you're out.
Sid, that's funny. I thought you were going in different directions. People say to me, what's the best part of your job? And I go, getting to meet all the people I ever wanted to meet. And then they go, what's the worst part of your job? Getting to meet all the people I ever wanted to meet. People will disappoint you. I also say I've gotten very different about this as I've gotten older. People go, what's so-and-so like? I like to say, I can't tell you what they're like. I can just tell you what they were like the day I met them. I realize how people have bad days, shit happens. You get into an argument on the way over with your publicist, your manager, your husband, your wife. So, but if somebody's a jerk to me, 3 times in a row, then they're just jerks.
I think something that people probably don't realize about artist management or just what happens behind the scenes in general in music is you're really never off the clock. So I'm working 24 hours a day, basically 365 days a year. And you're always on call. And sometimes it's a call at 3 a.m. because, who knows what happened at the venue, or the band might not even be on tour and they're just at home and they have an idea, they're upset about something, things like that happen quite frequently. So I think the dedication to it all and the hours and the hard work, it's a real thing, and you have to be willing to kind of give it everything to make it work and to be good at your job, like Jim spoke to.
He's right. I think this goes for all of us. I say I'm like a fireman. I don't know when the alarm's going to ring, and I got to jump in my clothes. The show starts every day at 7 o'clock, whether we're there or not. So that's an important thing. But yeah, again, don't get taken advantage of, but understand that if you want to be in this business, you have friends who are working 9 to 6 and have weekends off. It's different. This is just different.
It is a 24/7 business, no question about it. Dave brought up a great point. Dave's got the hardest job in the business. I told him that beforehand. He's managed a lot of bands, but I'll just talk about Goose for a moment. There are 4 guys in this band that could call him at any time if they want. Thankfully, I don't have that problem. I dread what you must go through, but he does a great job at it. Look at Goose's success, but nonetheless, I get calls all the time. Like, I work during the day and then I cover concerts at night, and the loadout usually lasts 4 hours. And if something happens with the loadout at the show, I'm home by 2 o'clock or 1 o'clock in the morning, and I get a call something got screwed up at the loadout. Somebody got hurt, something happened. You can get called anytime. If you don't want to be in the entertainment business, you can work 9 to 6. You want to be in the entertainment business, it's 24 hours every single day, 7 days a week. My job is to get concerts on Saturday nights. Most people like to go out and party on Saturday nights. I got to work most Saturday nights because most people go to concerts easiest on Saturday nights. That's the night to party, go out. So I work a lot of Saturday nights, and that's what you guys have to do if you want to enter the entertainment business.
Yeah, very, very real examples. I appreciate your candor, real world advice. If we were to leave the audience, we have to wrap up here. Quick speed round of what is one thing of all the things you've said today, dropped so many gems and things that they can each take away. I've certainly learned so much, but what is one thing that you would say keep top of mind if you want to enter and establish longevity in this industry? Gary, why don't we start with you?
Have a good attitude, show your individuality.
Dave?
I mean, we said it before, but I think it's, taking every opportunity that comes your way, especially at this stage in your career.
If you don't love it, don't do it, because this business, you got to love it. If you don't love it, just don't do it. Find something else.
I love ending on that note. Did you want to say something?
That is just so true. If you don't love it, it's just torture.
If you don't love it, don't do it. Thank you all for being here today. Launchpad Music is not just about learning, it is about launching. We are so that all of you joined us here. Give yourselves a round of applause. Give it up for Launchpad Music. And John, to you.
Hey, I just want to say I'll be in the back for a little while. If anybody has a question, feel free to come and say hey.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. This is awesome. Appreciate you.
If I could please ask Shanali, the rest of the Launchpad board members, Gary Lashevsky, if you could hear me, come on up, please. If I get Hannah and Dorian from ITV to please come up. We have a couple of announcements that we're going to share with the room today here to take us into lunch. But so that's the conclusion of our panel portion. Let's give it up for all of our panelists one more time from the whole morning, please. I'm going to step away from the mic real quick. So, if you've been following Launchpad, we have some OGs in the room here. Dorian's one of them. We're going to hear from him in a second. The program's almost 3 years old. We started in entertainment, and that's really become our bread and butter. And if I could toot our own horn, I think we're doing an amazing job there. But we recently had Laura Lee, you have to come up for this. We recently had the pleasure of meeting. First, it was Jim Koplik, and then quickly Laura Lee Donaldson, and then the rest of the music crew that we have up here today. And they saw what we're doing with Launchpad, and we had sort of a kumbaya type moment where we thought there could be a key opportunity to join forces and create something new. And so we're sharing for the first time today that we're going to be starting Launchpad Music specifically. So that's going to include jobs and careers. Thank you. partnering with these gentlemen you see here, and I'm going to pass them the mic in just a second. We're going to start with gigs, internships, and jobs in the music industry. We'll be working with the Bridgeport Amphitheater. We'll be working with some key partners, and we're incredibly lucky. Makita Mays-Green, who's sitting here, is going to be chairing this initiative from the board level. And so if you or your friends are looking for careers in music, you know who to go to and who to talk to from here on out. So I'd love to ask Jim to please say a few words. And is your mic still on, Jim?
Yes.
That's easy. Awesome. Jim, please.
To come up to the amphitheater as I don't know how many people live in Connecticut. I don't know how many people out there have been up to our amphitheater in Bridgeport. Oh, good. Very good. Thank you. Thank you. Great. I hope you bought tickets. No, just kidding. No, in all seriousness, we're going to start up there in Bridgeport. We'll take everybody through. I guess you'll explain it, John, more so?
Be happy to, yeah.
Oh, yeah. We'll start the Bridgeport in June, and we'll let John describe what's going on.
Yeah, so on June 5th, we're going to get the first Launchpad music event started. It's going to be an all-day event. It's going to be hosted by Jim in the Bridgeport Amphitheater. We're going to learn how to get in, how to get started, all the different roles in the industry. There's going to be speed and mock interviews on site. It's going to be an opportunity in a one-day format to level up and get access to the music industry. I can't say it another way.
This is a marketing opportunity to talk to King. Venue, how you run a venue, sponsorships, premium seat sales, the whole gamut of what takes to run a successful show and a successful business in Connecticut in the music business will be brought to you that day.
Thank you. And I just want to thank another catalytic person here in addition to Makita and Jim and Gary and Dave, but it's Laura Lee Donaldson who gets a lot of the credit on this initiative. And so we appreciate you and thank you for being so transformative and getting this started. Thank you.
And just really quickly, I don't love public speaking, but I did start at 15 years old working for Jim Koplik. So, you know, a lot of the advice I heard today is exactly, you know, what I did at 15. Worked really hard, was really driven. Jimmy is one of the best mentors. If you look at Live Nation as a whole, so many people have really started from Oakdale Theater and Jim Koplik that are now running Live Nation. So dreams do come true. This was my dream job and I'm 45 now and I'm still here. So I'm excited to the music program. If anyone ever wants to talk, I'm happy to.
Thank you. Thank you. I think for efficiency, we're just going to go over here. I mean, we don't need to no, actually, sorry, we'll be off camera. So can I ask this crew to come up here? We just maybe can stand behind here is cool. Squeeze on in. The family's growing. So we have yet another big program announcement. So speaking of joining forces, I met Shanali about, I'd say maybe a year and a half ago or so, fast friends type of situation through Wheelhouse and the Brent Network, and started planting a seed on, you know, we really need to take what we're doing with finance and staffing financial roles and what we want to do and grow it into something that's a little more concrete and a little more defined. And so from that idea, Shanali came up with Launchpad Money, which brings together all of our work across the finance industry, but now inclusive of creatorship, digital production, and the influencer world. So I'd like to ask her to say a few words about what we're going to be up to, but we're announcing Launchpad Money as well today.
I am so excited about this because my entire career, finance has been a scary word. Money has been hard to understand, and it shouldn't be. And so Launchpad Money is going to be a great way for us to all learn together, to figure out the basics of finance, of investing, of entrepreneurship among each other, figuring out how we can create great financial influencer content. These are some of the most famous people in the world now, people who have known about money before or just getting started on their own. And there's no reason that the people in this room can't be a huge part of that story and of that trend moving forward, even if it's something that you want to do more of in the future or just learn about a little bit with your time early in Launchpad. I'm so excited to get started with you. We'll be able to create people that you guys can bring together, bring people to the table that you guys can talk to help create more content as well. So we're really excited to grow the Launchpad Money community too with each of you.
Thank you. And then only one more announcement stands between you and lunch, but it's a big one. So our partnership with ITV America is something that has always been incredibly impactful and valuable since the very beginning. Some of our first marquee placements were with ITV. The partnership goes back to the very beginning of Launchpad. But recently, there's been a few key developments, things that we're all incredibly grateful for. I want to ask Dorian's here, who is a young man who was sitting in your chair a year ago, and his life and career is a little bit different now. And so I want to just ask him to talk a little bit about what he's up to, and then Hannah has some news to share on the latest of what we're doing with ITV America. So Dorian?
Hey guys, yeah, it's weird being on the stage as opposed to being in that seat, because I remember last year around this time I was just panicking. I'm like, am I gonna get a job after college? Like, am I gonna be broke? So, I was panicking, but throughout my time at ITV America, I started out as an orbiter. Went through every single department. 6 months is a 6 month developmental program. And I got a wide range of skills throughout that process, and now I'm able to apply that to my work outside of ITV, where I'm working on documentary films, I'm working on commercials, and I can apply all the skills I've developed over that time. I'm now working in the casting department, which I have the rest of the team back there, where I'm working on some of the biggest shows in America. I'm working on shows like Love Island USA, Hell's Kitchen, Pawn Stars, you name it. And all the skills I've developed over that time has really helped me, just hold my skills, and just it's helped me really try to build connections with other people as well. So I try to apply everything that I've learned and try to build connections as well. So I appreciate ITV America and Launchpad for providing that opportunity to me.
Oh, thank you, good sir. So I've been holding my breath, looking for George. I think he might still be on the call, but can I get Mark and Matt Warwood and Bree up here, please? If you guys could join us for this moment. Come on up. Where are you guys?
Early lunch.
They're eating lunch already. So, as you heard this morning, we didn't have enough time to get into it, but we joined forces with DMCT from the very beginning of Launchpad. So, that's where Dorian found us and started his journey with what we're doing here. A significant portion of our engagement with universities and young adults comes from DMCT. And, through the initiatives that we've done together to do outreach, do engagement, do development, we've been able to have some really key outcomes and achievements. And so I'd like to ask Hannah to share a little bit on sort of the latest in working with Launchpad and DMCT. And I think there's some big news and some, I think they're big numbers to share. So Hannah, please.
Hi, everyone. So ITV has been partnering with Launchpad for a while now, and we love the program. We love supporting it. And one of the ways that we're doing that is we've actually placed 13 fellows with jobs at ITV. 9 fellows will be working on Hell's Kitchen this season coming up. And then Dorian, Sahil, and a couple others are working in our office as full-time employees as well. And we just hosted an event where it was essentially speed dating our departments, where fellows came in and they got to sit down with department heads and ask them questions and network. And that was a very successful event. We hope to continue doing that as well. And we just, as ITV grows and Launchpad grows, we hope to keep partnering in the future.
Thank you. So with that, I'm sure you all are hungry. The intimate time that you're going to get with the speakers and the companies comes next. It starts at 1 o'clock. Those are the workshops. Those are when you can ask direct questions. There's going to be tons of Q&A. There's going to be some new information, new introductions. And so grab some lunch, get your headshots if you haven't, get the glam up if you haven't. There's be some folks in the Career Center around lunchtime. So start working on your resume, your elevator pitch. Thank you so much. We'll see you back at 1 o'clock.
muted on this. Talk. Talk. Hold on. Get away from me with that. What? Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Can you hear me? You close to him, but tell him. Today we're figuring out what we're gonna do. We're gonna walk down. One walk out when I was a kid. I got hit in the head with a rock. Now, try to do unplug the charger. You got the will it be too much? Yeah, I look good, but it's hold on. I think it's static. It's loud. Now switch on. So, right here, 17. So panel, different people. We got food coming from. So that don't got a thing. Thanks. The white thing. I should be able to plug into it. Set up. We should be able to. We should be able to get it. Can't talk. Me? I'm good. Never man, don't talk. Right, that could go. You want to test it far away, see how far we can get? No. Yes, first food because I mean before we do it, things a panel. What you mean a panel? Main thing is the breakout. Breakouts. Okay. Okay. Only goes from like 89. Yeah. Have you seen that music stuff? I will. She's waiting to that last night. Yeah. When are we gonna see this? Oh, it was Lagan? He said it. Right on down the line. Yeah. We're gonna switch Wi-Fi real quick. You got the password? Yeah. Where is it?
Good. Yeah. Want me to do another one through or that's good?
That's all.
Okay.
Did you go into those? I don't know. To be honest, he was dropping over there.
I saw it.
He was dropping over there, so I
You want
don't
me
know.
to do it? I'll do another one.
Okay.
I'll do another one. Good. I'm gonna go back through. I'm gonna go back through and then come back out. Good? I bet. Next hour. Waiting days to get. Business is fine, right? Studies. It's good. I feel like I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it. Yeah, I mean, where now is going. Yeah.
I do remember that. That was really nice.
Every company. I mean, hey guys, just want to institution to please. Actually, sorry. Hey, you go. So like, yeah, because they gotta use this item, we gotta use this item. That's good. So I'll just, okay, let me come out with this. Right there. So like the yeah. So I just edited. Yes, because that's how it looks.
No, I know. I already seen it.
Okay, okay.
I got a double triple around everything.
Okay. All right, cool. Oh, he's right.
I don't know if you wanted to end it right now.
How you doing, brother? Not bad. How are you?
Man, I'm good. I'm good. How you been?
I've been really good. Not bad. Oh. So it's like we're talking about all right. I looked at that. That about it. It works. It is the today. I guess.
Hope y'all know y'all were just on live.
Oh, sorry.
Y'all are on live right now.
We hot.
We're live right now.
Hey. Hey. Where's the gift? Okay. It's fantastic. Sounds good. It was summer, right? Yeah. Exactly. Right? Like, why should I stop? Yes, I saw it on the tree. So my granny and I were like, saying, I'm doing a lot.
Tables in the front. Straight ahead, straight.
Just on time.
And yeah, it's a double connection. This man done forgot that he had a job to do. This man, Roddy, done forgot he had a job to do, bro.
Then what? Am I missing more stuff? Oh, that's it.
Yeah, and then you put it at the top.
That's it.
Yes. You put it all the way up, unhook it. Pull it all the way up. Put it all the way up.
I remember it was 7. Okay.
Yeah,
Halfway there.
pull the top all the way up.
It's gonna get hooked on.
Yeah.
Just get it up. Oh, okay. I see now.
Okay. Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Now you gotta.
And then you tighten it back so it doesn't fall back down.
There you go. Nice little. My boy, appreciate that. Good job. Okay. Let's talk. I gotta tell you, he's the one. He's the one talking when I was a baby. Son, you know, upset. Why? Oh, okay. I was going at Brentford. Oh no. Yeah, check in. I'll be right back. All right. You didn't hear so there's something about those people that If they feel comfortable with, then like, I don't speak to like they don't feel back, right? Working out. But you know, it's good that like she's doing something that she loves. Is she comfortable with? Yeah.
I think it's I like the I like the environment. I do. You gotta find.
Hey, bring the mics back on. Do you know how to do that? It's on, but it's the music is on the system. I'm gonna speak tonight.
He died. I loved it.
I'm excited for that. I'm not a big deal. My honestly, everybody. I went far.
What account are you live? What account are you live on? DMCT. Instagram? YouTube. If you hold this right here, hold on. I need to run for do something real quick.
Sit on the chair. Look.
Okay. There you go, man. I'm not sure where he went. Is this on Ron or who's it? Who's I the think control person? it is Ron,
Okay.
but I'm trying to find him. I'm not sure where he went. We could also ask her name. Oh, there they are. Okay. Switch real quick. I gotta do something.
We're gonna switch back from the music. Okay. Yeah. Talk to me. Go ahead. Talk to me.
So basically, you're gonna be saying.
I'm saying. Hey, look over there. You see it? One more time. Run.
So basically, you're gonna be.
Got it. So if I could describe today in one word, I would say, oh, let's go. Okay. If I could describe today in one word, I would say enthusiastic. I would say extravagant. Oh, why? Because I just feel like it's a great networking opportunity. There's a lot of great professionals here. There's a lot of school districts, colleges, upper level classroom, lower level classroom. I think it's just a great opportunity to learn more about your colleagues, your classmates, and your people from around the state. Cool.
Fantastic.
Perfect. Oh, you did that one. I did. Yeah, go ahead, because you're more professional. I. Bring this to the workshop and sessions. It's in the inbox right now. It's exciting where it's go. If you're involved and you're boosting the workshop and you want to you can find me or Deirdre or Wilson or I'll be a step where you're going. So again, if you're here for today's plan, have an assignment in your inbox. If you don't see it, if you have money today, and find it. If you're involved, we're gonna find you. Us, we're gonna make it like that's like we're gonna talk in like 5 minutes. That's what those skills. So this is like what to do. It's amazing. It's a bird. Just basically see any body so it's just amazing. It's amazing and just opportunity. The best of everything. Hey, oh, wait, here. What you mean? I'm hungry. Me too. Ooh, let's go. You should have taken a picture of me. Oh, take a picture of me on live. Oh, no, move, don't move, don't move, don't move. Ah, give it all. Yeah, you feel the ball. You don't care. Yo, how you doing, man? I doubt it, but keep going, keep going. Oh, you can't. That's the thing. Never mind. When I get a mic, I'll be able to talk to you. Why is it loud? I'm hungry. You should definitely go get something to eat. You should be networking with all these lovely people. Okay. There's one right there. You see the silver one? Like go all the way to where you see cook. Yes. So, good to see y'all came to the event. Can't say what I want to say because it's on camera. I ain't saying no. I want to take your hand. Eater. Huh? Eater. What? I don't really like Camp Sam. Amazing food here. I'm gonna just take that. I'm gonna just take out the. I just want to take turkey. And there's no juice. Again, there's not even one. Why they do? I don't know. I might go sit down and not be talking. We're down and go. Please help us with this person. Yeah. I think what we need to do is we need to set it up and go set up a tripod or something and go start putting these stuff in motion. Set what? Set what? Set this up on this tripod. Oh my god, I want to take these pictures. Who's taking pictures? You. What are you talking about? Bruh. You're taking them. I was gonna wear fucking diamond boots. Oh, he's over there. Still I'm talking. Go drag his ass over there. Oh, that's probably what. Oh, what? Roddy, Roddy, you could even see if you could steal one of the 90 Ds. See if you could steal one of the 90 Ds and put it on that instead of the Canon. Put it on that instead of the Canon. Huh? You can use them. Warwood putting in work. So Warwood, why do they got you rolling up your sleeves doing this?
See, this is the difference between me and them. I would have never made you do this.
What am I holding?
Never made.
What am I holding? God, I'm working. No. Don't do that. I'm working. No, I'm working. I'm working. Where were you? Where were you?
How old are you?
Where were you?
Like, how old are you?
Where were you?
Listen, do this for me. You don't make it like a old guy.
No. I got this. Where were you?
Facts gonna go out or something.
Where were you?
We can hit the gym right now to see the face.
Oh, yeah. He's your competition right there. Where were you? I was that man. Okay.
Times. I call.
I was working this whole time, bro. I think I'm gonna put this on the tripod and help out.
Nah, you're good. Go,
Sure?
keep doing what you're doing because that's the this is like BTS. It's like,
Okay.
I need you to look at. I need you to look straight, right? Because what you're not getting is the camera's leaning, right? So when the camera leans, you see I was leaning. You double click this. So you double click focus. It goes to roll. You see?
Okay.
That's how you get it to go straight.
All right, bro.
Then you just double click it and go back. The focus, I think, if I'm right,
It's all
it's a racket in and out of focus, but it's only on the app, so it's not working.
Okay. Oh, they're about to start the breakout rooms. That's everybody. Everyone set up. Like to take off.
You literally most of the head. See?
What's up, my brother? Yo, just doing some live streaming for the event. Oh yeah? Yes, sir. If you look at some of the TVs, you can see it on them.
Mixed up, so I had to.
They're starting the breakout rooms.
So that's my right here. Right here,
You guys looking for the breakout rooms? Oh, so some of them are down there. So it's to this side and then over there.
Thank you.
No problem.
Hi.
How are you?
How are you?
I'm good. How have you been?
Good, dude. You doing this?
Yes.
Going well?
I'm also working this event.
Awesome.
Y'all should definitely start going to the breakout rooms.
Oh, thank you.
That's how everybody disperses. No problem.
So let's get that on that.
Everyone else is really excited. You guys go to school for your students and you're out doing student that you run. Yep, that's nice. I'm not quite yet for 2 more weeks. Okay, nice. So, yeah.
Yeah, something.
Okay, right? Correct. And trying to learn more on.
So my name is Amber. So I am that's the first year. I constantly and I'm saying making acting and stuff. Yeah. See, all in the same what was in here? But you I'm Stanford. Okay. So I'll give you guys I'll give us if you are. If you I'll do it.
I'm good. How are you? I'm at but I'm not right now. But I have a few minutes to sneakers. Mhm. Oh, okay. All right. I'll get right on that. Thank you. So that saying departed, that means that it went through. Yeah.
Oh, yes, it's also the
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Thank you. All right. All right. Thank you so much.
Speed is the one. Yeah.
Speed means hold this button. You're gonna hold that, you can run with it. That's just for you.
Trying to run, go nowhere.
Yeah, mind you, this is changing the codes.
Okay.
But do the one in the corner over.
Oh, I didn't even see that shit. Yeah, good looks, Brody.
This red carpet back top that's going on right here.
Yes, Roddy. Get that working.
This is yeah, they talk about you for a few months. They're also
He was like, do an insert edit. I was like, I know how to in and out. He was like, could you L cut this? I was like, L what? Well, what that did do is there was a moment where all of the editing systems crashed, so they needed help. And I was working for $100 a day. And it was way easier to hire me for $100 a day than someone for $400 a day. And they said, hey, we're not going to give you any more money, but we're going to make you a producer. But we need you to come in over the weekend. That means that I'm not dating. That means that I'm not playing video games. That means that I'm driving 3 hours both ways, 7 days a week. But then something very strange happened in our country, and it was called September 11th. It was a really tough time for us. I was at a documentary company, though, and I was 21 years old. And at 21, I watched a lot of 30-year-olds have a very emotional time with the day and decide to leave the job. At that moment, Sage, hold up your camera. I grabbed a camera that was probably double the size of Sage's camera, and I walked around New York City for a week. At the end of that week, there was a big fight in Union Square that I filmed, not a physical fight, but a verbal fight, which sounds just like Fox News versus CNN today, right? We ended up creating a film out of all this footage from September 11th and the 7 days forward called 7 Days in September. I am still making $100 a day. I am editing on Final Cut. I'm going and shooting interviews. I am running around, and I never said, are you gonna pay me more? I never said, can you give me overtime? I never said, hey, you need to respect me. No, I said, I'm filmmaking, and I'm learning how to make a documentary film. The next year, the New York Times reviewed the film. A guy's named A.O. Scott. He's like one of the biggest reviewers at the New York Times. And A.O. Scott said the most moving moment in this very moving film was captured by Rashid J. Daniel. I was 22. I faxed it to everybody. I was like, look at me, I'm a filmmaker. Well, let me find out the New York Times is calling me a filmmaker. Let me find out. And that gained a little bit of the respect in the industry that I went right to $600 a week. I was balling. We was in happy hours forever. It was crazy. I like margaritas. So what happened with that, though, is that no one then asked me, what did you do for that film? Everyone now knew that I was a filmmaker, and the New York Times said it, and that I had an actual credit. So the next thing I needed to do was pull together everything that I had ever shot, create a reel, and I walked into a company called the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company. And I remember from corporate advice, the corporate advice was dress like the job you want to have, not the job you're going in for. So I walked in dressed very similar to this. Had on some plaid pants, some glasses, you know, because documentary filmmakers, they have glasses. And I wore a saddlebag. And I convinced these people at 24 that I was 30. I never said it. They never asked. All I had was a credit list and a reel. And my mentor, Sarah Jane Cohen, she is now back in the UK. She was the creator of a show called What Not to Wear. She saw it and she said, listen, a lot of Americans, do you remember that show? It was a big show, right? We found out I'm important. She decided that she called me and she said, I've interviewed a lot of Americans and they always make me really fast, cutty stuff and Dutch angles and it's all music, but you told me a story. Your entire reel told me a story, which is what you need to start practicing on right now. Right? With your cell phones, when you're with your friends, you don't need microphones, you don't need lighting. You can literally shoot a wide, a tight, and a close-up that practices your craft of storytelling, right? Right after this, we're gonna do awards for some of you who have actually told some stories, right? But that storytelling is how my career advanced extremely quickly. After the BBC, a guy named Tim Gunn went off to Bravo. He left a show called Project Runway, and guess who they needed to direct it? This guy. The New Jersey Housewives at one point needed a black guy. Guess who they called? This guy. Because there are reasons that everyone needs someone. And what I need to have you identify with is when I walked into New Jersey Housewives, I was the only person who looked like me or sounded like me. Determine what you will, okay? And I thought I had to look like them and sound like them. And then one night, very late night, I was filming Caroline Manzo's Children. We were upstate. And I said, hey, could you, excuse me, could you come do an interview for me? Could you, and they said, man, Rashid, screw you. And I said, hey, yo, I get slick as Rick. I kick a realistic lyric in your district. I'm getting loose on this track me and she produced for my use. Come and ride my caboose. I'm sure you said, damn, like he ran that like Amtrak. Gotta mention his damn packed. And Chris Manzo said, wait a minute, Rashid is cool? And I said, yeah, now get outside, man. Come on. And I found my voice. So as a producer, as an actor, as a performer, as an interviewer, you have a voice. And it's very weird in my industry because you're going to think, oh, I got to dress like him, I got to sound like him. But actually, you have your own individual voice that comes from your culture, comes from your parents, even if they believe in you or not, and it makes you advanced. It makes you advanced because in the creator economy, everyone's trying to figure out what you know. The whole entire world is trying to get you on your phone to buy something. Has anyone ever seen an ad on YouTube? Exactly. We pay YouTube to not play ads. And advertisers pay YouTube to pay ads. And that's why YouTube's winning. The business of TV is very much changed, which gives you all an advantage in the game. The same way that I started a production company, refused to leave. I was like sleeping over. It was a 2-week job. I was like, y'all still need some help? Because I will get you some water, right? So what did I do? Let's break it down as a science experiment, right? I figured out they needed cheap labor, and I figured out I could probably jump the gun and be their cheap labor. And then something huge happened, and the opportunity happened for me to slide into it, right? So everything that you're thinking about what to do, the most important thing is that you recognize who you are as a human being. Who's my friend who I was talking? Emily, where you at? Where Emily at? What up, Emily? Me and Emily had a conversation that I always have with new students, okay? And I always say this question, hey, what do you want to do for a living?
I want to create a platform for artists to showcase their heart.
So you're a web designer?
I am not a web designer.
What are you?
I am a multi-hyphenated creator.
She's in a creator economy. She told me, girl, your ability to claim who you are is very important, right? Because we are confused as old people. I don't know if anyone told you this. We're wildly confused. A lot of us are getting out of work. That's just the truth. I'm going to kick you the truth, right? Because at one point, when I was running Black Ink Crew, I was an executive producer showrunner. We had maybe a staff of like 100 people under me, okay? But at the network, there were 5 other executive producers. I don't know what they did. They sent great emails and they said, good job, good job, good job. But that is why Paramount has now merged with Skydance. Because the amount of money that we were spending in the golden age of TV is just not going to happen anymore. But that gives you the advantage to not give up, right? So most importantly, I want you guys to make me a promise. Before I can tell you any more jokes, I want you to make me a promise. Can I get a promise? I will not give up. Come on, say it with your chest. Say it like you're going to make your parents wild proud. Say it like you're ready to make $1 million tomorrow for your ideas.
I will not give up.
Say it like even when it gets hard and it's like really annoying and you're checking your cell phone because the guy's a little bit boring. Say it like you really mean it for the last time. Here's what's important about that. You're going to get hit. It's like boxing. TV, entertainment, it's like boxing. There's no way not to get hit. It's just like football. Even if you're a offensive line in football, I told you I don't know sports, but even if you're offensive and it's your job to catch the ball, will you get tackled? 100%. Sooner or later, someone's going to hit you. Sooner or later, you're going to lose money. Sooner or later, you're going to apply for a job and not get the job. Sooner or later, you're going to enter into a film competition, and the film competition is going to think that your stuff wasn't good, okay? I went to BET for my first hip-hop show. Now I'm like down. I know like gang handshakes, you know what I mean? But I grew up in the suburbs, okay? So I'm not gang, okay? There's no gang in this, okay? These are Chelsea boots. Got these boots at Nordstrom on Black Friday. That's what's black about them. It's a real bit. But sooner or later, something bad will happen and will try to derail you for your career. The first big call I got was from a guy named Todd Tucker. Anybody know who Todd Tucker is? Not your generation. Cool. Anybody know who Atlanta Housewives are? On the Atlanta Housewives cast, Todd Tucker was famously married to an Atlanta Housewives member, okay? And she accused him of scamming and sleeping with another woman, and they had a big divorce. They're going through it now. It's very juicy, okay? So Todd has always had an interesting energy. And Todd called me up and said, hey, yo, I'm shooting Bow Wow, Omarion, Rick Rubin. We going to LA, B2K. And I was like, oh, I'm about to be down. This is about to be it. I'm getting a leather jacket again. This is about to go down. I went and I produced and shot Bow Wow all day, and I interviewed Omarion all day, and I took it into the edit bay overnight. I used my same strategy. I was like, we're gonna do it fast and we're gonna do it quick. And I made the most beautiful tape. And then the executives walked in unannounced, wasn't planned, and said, hey, could you play us Act 1? That's the beginning, first 10 minutes. They watched it and they said, oh, nah, that's not what we want at all. Nah, this is wrong. This is the behind the music. We wanted a gritty documentary on Bow Wow. I cried. My birthday was the week before. They got me champagne in the edit bay. And they said, hey, brother, you ain't got to be that upset, man. We still love you. The champagne is all good. Hold on. Who this messing up a call? Who this? Hey, Sarah, I'm doing a keynote speech. Hold on, Sarah, say hi to the people. Sarah, what you doing? Okay. Yeah, Sarah's a famous boxing promoter. We're going to do a show together about a famous boxer. Sarah, can I call you back?
Yes, you can.
All right, girl. You say something good to the people. These are young kids getting ready to start in entertainment. You got any advice?
Let's go, champ.
Let's go, champ. Thank you, Sarah. So I cried. That's a true story. I was in the edit bay and I didn't like sob cry, but they told me that basically everything I did was garbage. And I was like, because I hadn't slept in like 3 weeks. When you're real tired? In that hit, that's one of the hardest hits that I took early in my career. In that hit, I wasn't listening. I didn't know how to take a note, right? I felt personally attacked. I felt like, oh, they don't like me. And they said, nah, man, the champagne was all good, man. We still love you for your birthday, bro. It's cool. We just want you to make this gritty. And I was like, what do they mean? So what they meant is at one point, Bow Wow, do y'all know who he is? Eek. Was called the Little Bow Wow. And this show, the thesis of this show, because every show's got a thesis, a beginning, middle, end, everything that you learned in English happens in filmmaking, okay? And this show's thesis was that Little Bow Wow was dropping the little, and he was just Bow Wow. So they wanted me to show Little Bow Wow cursing every 13 minutes in this thing. So it was literally every scene where Little Bow Wow was like, what? This microphone is wrong. Don't you respect me? Respect my gangster? That's what they wanted. Not Little Bow Wow's amazing. He sold 50 million records. Da, da, da. No, they wanted to see a tough guy. Because when I worked for Netflix, one of the things that they became very serious about is that filmmaking and scene work and art and music is all about one thing. Anybody know what it is? I'll give you a hint. It invokes something. What does it invoke? Emotion. I made you clap as I came up to the stage because these days are long. They're kind of boring. But you had an emotion when I came up here, like, oh, this guy might be fun. And I caught your attention for at least 4 minutes. You might be back on your phones now, but I drove an emotion of fun, right? Your filmmaking, your stories, your songs, your comedy are all related to emotion, right? Because if you can make someone feel, that's a love song. If you can make someone cry, that's a drama, right? If you can make someone excited, that's a sports highlight reel. Is this all making sense? Right? So when you look at your project, now what I'm teaching you today is when you look at your project and you go output a film or output a script, or you listen to your song, or even we're casting right now, we're casting a film with Bushra Farouk, who is one of our Launchpad fellows, who now works in my company. And we were looking at cast members. It's a true story, right? And actually one of our Launchpad cast members might actually get the job. What's up, Olivia? Because Olivia popped on screen in her acting tape and we all in the room felt an emotion. Why do you think that is, Olivia? Tell us the truth. Why do you think that is? Because there are other actors in this room. Is it okay that people know that you're an actress? Okay, cool. So how do you think you invoked an emotion in this interview? Audition, sorry.
I showed up as myself.
She claimed herself she wasn't performing. I actually know a very good actor who auditioned for me once and he was pretending. Right? And acting is hard. Acting and stand-up are very, very hard. I don't think they're easy whatsoever, right? I think it's a little bit easier to be a producer and to be a director, frankly. Because acting, you got to worry, like right now, I'm worried about if my gut is sticking out, right? I'm going to button up, right? Because you're constantly worried when you're in front of the camera. It's a little bit easier when you're behind the camera. You just drink a coffee and be like, oh, it's no good. Do it again, right? So I think the main storyline that I'm gonna hit home before I go to Q&A is you have a dream and it happened inside you for a reason. Something happened when you were young, something you saw something, you watched something and it motivated you. And that's literally how you will make money. If you can figure out how to translate your passion and your purpose into your next level, okay? Remember, even when you get knocked down, oh, you guys have seen my reels. You're not going to give up, okay? Right? Because one of the most important things is that I never thought the New York Times would write me up. I never thought that I would sell a show to Netflix. Even when I started in my career, Netflix was like gods. Do you know what I mean? So like being able to do a docu-series for Netflix with like Amari Stoudemire and like, you know, Chad Ochocinco and Tyreek Hill and the wives and all that sort of stuff, right? Sure, I did Housewives, but those were normal women when I did that. These are like celebrities and I'm moving. I had to buy this watch. I was like, I need to look important in front of these people. All right, questions for me. Who's got one? I've talked enough. Go.
You know, you're always learning. Everyone's always learning every day. I just wanted to ask you, like, what's something you learned recently that sticks out to you?
The budget matters. No one taught me this when I went to school. I went to school and like it was the digital age. So it was like, here's how you're gonna like Avid had just come out, right? So it was like learn how to edit, learn how to shoot, do all that sort of stuff. So then when I became a director and a showrunner, I'm being honest, I used to yell at the money people. I'd be like, what do you mean I don't get a third camera? Why does this lunch suck? This blows. What? They won't pay for what? This company's cheap. Take it back to the NFL and the NBA, right? Not everyone gets on the field. So the second you get on the field, I need you to play a little bit harder. And I need you to stop complaining and whining about what happened that was wrong. If your call time is 8:30, what time do I want you showing up? 8 a.m., Jack. Because if you get to a call time at 8:30, that means you still have to park. That means it might be cold outside. That means you still have to get your jacket on. Because guess who's going to be late? Me. Right? Guess who's looking for his coffee? Me. Guess who has 2 kids that he deals with by himself in the morning? Me. Guess who's cranky as hell because his girlfriend broke up with him the night before? Me. So if I get to set and you're there and you pull up and you go, this is great, great PAs have gotten work for me off this. Hey, Rashid, yeah, park it is that way. You want me to park your car for you? Who the hell is that? Okay, yeah, I want you to park my car for me. I noticed that you were drinking an orange Celsius yesterday. You want me to get you another one, brother? You like them in the morning? Get the hell out of here. I had one dude actually become a cameraman because he said to me, hey, brother, you in Chicago. You know where to cut your hair? You black. You know where to cut your hair? And I said, nah, man, I ain't got a barber out here. I'm going to some whack dude. He said, I'll come to your house. I'll cut your hair this weekend. That guy is now a major DP because me and him hung out while he was cutting my hair. You see, it's a social sport, right? He got inside of my apartment where my baby was sleeping. You understand? And he was like, yeah, brother. So anyway, you know, I shoot music videos. Oh, do you? Yeah, man, I'll show you one day. He didn't overplay it. He didn't try to get me to watch his reel. He just knew that the social connection is what would get him forward. So the budget matters, meaning this is a business. It's a business. Every time you're pissed off, say the words to yourself, this is a business, right? Say it. Like you got to say it to yourself because you're going to get pissed off. Someone's going to do you wrong. Someone's going to put you on a bad flight and put you in the back next to the bathroom. You're going to smell poop the whole trip. I've done it. Like can't recline, can't sleep. You go into LA, you're like, I thought TV was glamorous. It's not glamorous. Production is not glamorous. It's glamorous when you win, right? But every win could have a loss in it, right? So understand that someone's trying to make money off of you. When they were paying me $100 a day, they were telling the network they were paying me $400 a day because that's business. Because this microphone was made for, 15 cents and someone bought it for $800. That's business, right? Budgeting is business. And if we don't have business and money and commerce, then we all go broke. Give me another question. Come on, someone be a gangster.
In the corner.
Got you. I'm coming over. Oh, this is the front row. This is really killing it.
How did you land your first internship and how did you advance from that?
Great question. So I was really bad at filling out forms. I still am. Okay, like forms and things like that, I was really bad at. So I'm really good at being social. All my friends, I went to Rowan University in Southern Jersey. Okay, and all my friends were good at filling out forms. They all got jobs at Fox Philadelphia and Sportsnet and da 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 da, NFL Films. And I realized that I was going into summer without an internship. And I went to the engineer who I would hang out in his office every day after school. And I'd say, hey, brother, I messed up. My parents gonna be pissed as hell that I didn't get an internship. You know anything? And Carl Frandino worked at my college, just like this brother works at some of your colleges. And he said, you know what? There's an alumni in Cherry Hill, New Jersey, that loves helping other alumni. Why don't you give her an email and tell her I sent you? I produced my first commercial at 20, sitting at that company. 1997? No, it's probably 19. I was probably 19 when I produced it, right? So I did the same thing at that company. The internship, how did I move on past it? The internship was 2 days a week, right? Because there was no money, right? Back in the day, they didn't pay any money for internships. So I think I got like a $20 stipend per week. It was 2 days. How many days did I go to that internship? Boom, 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 like Blood Gang. Went 5 days. I went 5 full days. I became a staple of the society of that company. And I just kept saying what I'm going to tell all of you to say. I want to direct commercials because they were a commercial company. I want to direct commercials. I want to edit. I want to direct commercials. I want to edit. I want to direct commercials. I want to edit. Hey, can I help? And at that place, a director looked at me. His name was Mitch. I'll never forget. And he said, "Oh, you want to shoot? All right, cool, brother. So see how you're holding that tripod like that? Nah, brother, I don't want you to pan like that no more. This is a true story. May I?" He said, in nature photography, we use the base of the camera to turn the camera because the arm of the camera can shake. But the base of the camera is directly connected to your center of gravity. So then Mitch took me out and said, go ahead, kid, do the pan. Mitch taught me how. So Mitch then came to me and said, hey, I got like a PSA that we need to shoot. I don't want to do it. You want to do it? And I said, yeah. And he said, well, you got to call like 5 people, get them to come in the commercial, you get to shoot in the studio, but then you got to edit the whole thing and come up with the creative. And I said, yeah. Did I get paid? Did I have a reel at 19? Yes. Right? So how I moved forward is I started acquiring what I'm telling you that you can do without other people now. I started making content. So by making content, I could walk in at like 19 and be like, look at my reel. Right? I had a new reel every year. I had a director reel every year. Right? Give me another question. Oh, see, now we got them warmed up, baby.
What do you think is the most important thing that people our age don't realize we should be doing right now?
Not wasting your time. The fact that budget matters is a real thing. Does anyone live on their own or does everybody live at home still? So I'm a dad, right? And the weirdest thing about being a dad is watching your kids grow, right? Because you want to like make sure they're doing everything right. But once you get to your age, we want to see you do something that you really love, right? Like that's what we're really doing, right? So a lot of times we're watching our parents and their jobs and we're trying to act like them where we need to become our own people, okay? So remember my video game story? I want you to look at your schedules. I really went to a Tulum spiritual retreat just to overcome this in myself. Look at the schedule of your day. It's a great exercise, right? Look at what you do from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. Just write it down one day. One day when you're by yourself and bored, just write it down. And you're like, oh my God, I don't know my schedule. But when I told this woman my schedule, she said, well, there was no working out in that. She said, there was no reading in that. She said, there's a lot of TV in that, but there's no like real creative, like brainstorming in that. And if you love something, at least spend an hour a day dedicated to it. If you're a singer, record yourself for an hour a day singing, and then play it back and go, that's good or not. If you want to be a screenwriter and you're waiting for someone to email you, that's a waste of your time. Send the email and then keep working on your scripts. Then sign up for a script writing class. Jackie, her name is Jackie Penn at Script Anatomy. For you screenwriters in the room, write it down. Her name is Jackie Penn. Tell her I sent you, okay? Jackie Penn runs an individual screenwriting course and an advanced course that can get you to pilot, okay? And there are resources out here that aren't that expensive, especially for students. So if I could do anything again, I would get in a time machine, I'd go way back, and I would just start pumping out content. Because every time if you're an editor, I would just start shooting something and editing something. Because every time you edit something, you learn something new. And that's how I would get jobs. I would like manifest jobs by working myself, right? Like this comedy show I'm paying for out of pocket. The name of the comedy club is Out of Pocket, right? Because it's like, yo, we can buy some booze, get some chairs, set them up, do a comedy show. We're gonna film it because we got a lot of friends with cameras. Hey, all the boys, come round up, right? And then we're gonna put it out, see if we go viral. Maybe Coca-Cola says, maybe Netflix says, maybe someone says, let's do it. Make sense? Right? Use your time, make a schedule, use your time. Somebody else, one more. Go ahead, brother.
What do you do to like avoid like burnout, even though you like do stuff, even though like stuff that you like?
This is gonna sound weird. I wasn't religious at all growing up. I grew up like at a Catholic school. My parents were like hardcore Caribbean, so that's like Baptist and Protestant, like, you know, super Jesus. And I grew up in a town that had like a lot of Jewish kids in it too. And I was very confused by religion. Okay. Like all the like religion stuff I was very confused by. So I kind of drifted away from anything that was spiritual. So I'm not telling you that you got to go to church. What I'm telling you is that some form of practice of calming your mind down and like really focusing your creative energy helps. Burnout is a real thing when your brain just stays on fire. So I do still play video games to calm myself down. That's the truth, right? Like when my kids are going crazy, I need like an hour, pew, pew, pew. But I also try to, when I'm feeling the worst, take 15 minutes to do some deep breathing on like an app like Headspace or Calm or Clear or something like that. Because what those apps teach you is that it's not about necessarily becoming a Buddhist or like being perfect at meditation. It's about training your brain so that you don't flip out on the line producer when they say you can only get one camera instead of two, right? Because you're going to get bad news often in this industry because once again, it's a business. So when you get bad news, we're looking at your faces. I used to not be able to control my face, right? Somebody would say, oh, we want to shoot Gary like this. And I'd be like, oh, I don't understand my vision. But if you stay engaged with an executive who gave you bad moods, like, right? Give me bad news right now. Tell me my show is canceled. Yes, and I think we can probably build another one. Don't blink. Don't blink. Don't get sad, right? Marlon Wayne says it, right? If you focus on the closed door, you don't see that all of those are open, right? Because what we're testing you constantly. We think you're going to quit. We know you're going to quit. I know 5 of you in this room are going to quit. So we're testing you constantly. We're constantly thinking, they ain't gonna make it. They ain't never worked like us. They never had to stay up till 2 a.m. like us. I have one more question that I want to get to. So try a practice. Try a practice that makes yourself feel better. I go to the gym too. You know what I mean? I'm buffed up, right? So, you know, I work out. I try to keep the energy moving. Take a walk. When you can't write, you're supposed to take a walk, right? Because if you just sit there, you know, your pocket square falls out. Who had one more question for me? It was like a black blazer. Hold on. Can you come to me? Hold on. Come to me. Come to me. Come to me. And it's my last question. Come to me.
Hi. How would you say is the best way to learn a new skill even now?
YouTube. YouTube. I learned Avid first, then Final Cut Pro second. I trained my Final Cut to act like an Avid, but then Adobe Premiere was cheap. You can get Adobe Premiere as a student for like 20 bucks a month or something like that. So get it. Like you still got student credentials, get all the stuff. Like you know, like Brent Montgomery, who owns Wheelhouse, that, you know, they throw a lot of parties and they're like in Stamford. The story about him is that he worked on The Bachelor and he was an AP. And every single time he got a check, he would buy a piece of gear. And then he would go shoot a wedding or he would shoot something. And he is now one of the biggest players in finance, commerce, in TV. People come to him for money. We're like, yo, you got like $1 million? Let me borrow it. Because he sold his company at one point for like 300 million or something like that. That's insane, right? So the real thing is like really keep working on yourselves as much as possible. Make sense? All right, John, am I done? You got time for one more? One more. Make it good. Make it good, sir. Introduce yourself. Tell us what you'd like to do for a living, my brother.
I'm Carlos. I like to write and produce, and I want to be a writer producer. So I'm just curious, like, with like all this new technology, AI and whatnot, like what trends in the future do you see for entertainment? Especially as someone who's more into film, which is more of like a traditional thing. I'm still open to like starting with other things and, you know, seeing where life takes me. So I'm curious where the future's going.
It's a business. So I'm working with a young team now. We're doing a YouTube series, okay? And one of the premises of the YouTube series is that it's a science show. So we're gonna teach kids like how turbulence actually works, okay? So I said, hey, we can rent like a fake airplane, and then the outside of it, we could create a storm in AI, and they freaked out. And they were like, we don't want to use AI. No, no, we don't use AI. We're filmmakers. They don't know it's a business yet. They're 21 through like 26. God bless them if they're in the room. Y'all good people. Yeah, y'all got a lot of followers. But they don't realize that it's a business. So the trend that I see happening to you guys happened to me. At one point, if you were filming a reality show or a documentary in New York City, you would send a camera team out to shoot the Empire State Building. Now that is ridiculous as a concept, right? We would spend $600 on a DP, $400 on rental, like $200 on a PA. We're talking about $3,000 to get a shot of the Empire State Building that 40 million people have shot. When I got to Love and Hip Hop, I said, hey, Jim Jones doesn't want to show up to set today. We're going to go shoot some B-roll. And the director said, we don't shoot B-roll. What? And he said, no, we buy all our B-roll from stock footage places. What's happening with AI now, three things, okay? What's happening with AI now is that it's not at the visualization point that it can be, but you know how to operate it better than us. So knowing how to operate it means that Wheelhouse has a show called $1 Million Secret. And they have a huge mansion on a cliff in some beautiful place, right? I think it's in Canada or London or something, right? And they have a shot of it, but they want to make it look like dun, 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 dun. Drop it in AI. They've taken what they have and they're upgrading it. So their production value has gone through the roof, right? And it doesn't look fake. It looks like, oh my God, we're doing it great. Here's the other thing that I want you to use AI for. Because we're going to ask you, when you become our assistants, we're going to ask you, how do we get organized with AI, right? And you can actually tell AI or talk to AI, and I've done this, hey, I need a call sheet now, right? I'm walking into this crazy meeting with my boss, and I need to shoot something at 3 p.m., and I got to make sure that lunch is 6 hours into the meal, and I can only have 2 hours per scene. I got to shoot 3 scenes, and AI will spit it out. It will not be perfect, but it will give you a template, right? And those templates are going to be what's most common in your writing, right? Script writing. It used to take an email. The way that Pawn Stars got named is an email went to the entire company and it said, does anyone have a good name for a show about a pawn shop in Las Vegas? And because it was Vegas, an intern said Pawn Stars. But you can now go to AI and say, I am stumped. I need to name my film about a bank robbery and a so-and-so. Give me 30 possible options. 29 of those are going to be absolute trash. But one of them might help you have the idea. And I want you to cheat and cheat and cheat, because I want you to have advantage plus red. I want you to deflate the balls. I want you to realize this isn't a fair game. It's a played game, right? That like if you're watching like football or basketball, I keep making sports references, but if you're watching that stuff, if I know how to come towards you and they go, we all go crazy. And that's what you know how to do, because you know how to move faster than someone who's I'm gonna make a table and then cell 1A is gonna be, look how long it took me to do that. You can go, hey, AI. I went to a bar mitzvah, and this sweet girl, and everyone read from their phones in AI, and every single speech sounded alike. So that's my warning with AI, because every speech sounded like, Sarah, I really like the time that we've had in the 7th grade. You're really something. Next girl gets up. Sarah? It was actually Sarah's kid. Sarah, I really like the time that we had in the 7th grade. It was something. So if you're going to use it to script, you better go through and rewrite it, because we know when you're cheating, right? You can cheat, but then advance the cheating. Make sense? It's like dropping an Uno reverse card. You still got to know how to play after that, right? You can't just, because a lot of people run it AI, ship it out, right? That's not what AI is for yet. You can't have it replace you yet. You still need to drop emotion into it. You still need to drop structure into it, because it doesn't know that. We're teaching it that. right? By the time you're older, yes, some of these jobs could go away. Same way some of my old jobs went away, right? But start to teach yourself. I think that's my time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your time. We have the awards coming up. You guys are so fun. Oh, well, I think this should be a foot drum roll. Everybody stand up because it gets boring sitting in these rooms. Right? Oh, stretch it out. Seventh inning stretch, right? Seventh inning stretch, right? Coming to the stage, someone that I just met 45 minutes ago. But her dress is amazing and she's ready. She is an actress on the move, ready to do this. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Emily. Emily, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Hello, I'm a student at UConn Stamford. I'm so excited to be your co-host here today, and I'm an aspiring actor and filmmaker.
What? So we were asked for a drum roll. So ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the DMCT. Give it up. Oh, there's music. You gonna tell me there was a DJ here? I don't know what's going to happen. Oh, here it comes. It's a cup. Oh, it's an award cup. I get it. One more time, ladies and gentlemen. Emily, I'm going to grab my scripts and I'm going to give you the microphone. I think it's important that we really acknowledge you guys. So please be seated. Thank you guys so much for all your energy. You guys have really given it to us. Emily, I'm going to pass you the mic while I grab my script. Why don't you tell us all about the DMCT Awards, ma'am?
Sure thing, sure thing. So here at DMCT Awards, we are celebrating our award winners today of different kinds of categories like cinematic excellence, animation excellence, interactive innovator, and so on and so forth. So a little bit about DMCT. It is a collaborative program with UConn Stanford Digital Media Department, along with the Connecticut Office of Film, with partnering of Launchpad to reinvent talent right here in Connecticut.
Remember my last speech about this being a business? So if you've heard it on the news, there are a lot of states who want filmmaking in their towns. Connecticut, New Jersey, I'm sure you've heard about, right? Basically, the way that works is that if you spend $1, they might give you 30 cents back. Does that make sense? Right? If you run it through a state or a city or a commission, you might get 30 cents back. But $1 might get you 30 cents. That means you've only actually spent 70 cents to get what you need, right? So one of the big things that's happening, even here right now, live in Connecticut, is we're trying to figure out tax credits and credits towards your film because it's a business. And I want you all to just go home and Google like budgets or things like that to start to really understand what the business is. But this is not about me. This is about these award recipients.
That's right. That's right. We're so excited to share you guys today. We're going to get started with our first recipient today. This category is the cinematic excellence.
Ooh, let me break it down. Let me break it down. Okay. There were over 70 submissions, which is a big deal, right? And it looks like I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hold on, 6 winners out of 70. That means you killed it, right? So thank you. If you didn't kill it, that's okay. Do it again. Remember, you're gonna get hit. You're gonna do it again. So the Cinematic Excellence Award is for an exceptional film or video project that showcases top-notch storytelling, aka emotion, production, and technical, not texical. I don't know what texical is. Technical execution. You can laugh. It's okay. I like being funny. And I think we have a video. Hit the video, DJ.
Yeah. Nine other singles off the second rainbow jacket. Lost is only Django. Stand be a dog for stop, but that's where my
All right, everyone give a round of applause. The award recipient for cinematic excellence goes to Alandra Maxwell. Alexandra, so sorry.
Come on, this is go still. Okay, no. Oh. Hi, Alexandra. Can you give it a microphone?
Yes.
Alexandra, you directed this film, you produced this film, you wrote this film.
Yes.
All of the above?
All of the above.
A round of applause. I talked a lot in my speech about emotion and invoking shots, even without sound, we could see your emotion. Just tell us your inspiration, because I want you to inspire the people in the room to do what you just did.
Yeah, well, I grew up playing basketball and then I kind of segued into filmmaking because it was like my second love. And I just kind of captured and everything I went into pre-production with. I just kind of went into the mindset of like, I want to capture how I felt when I played basketball, which is relaxed, confident, and just working on the craft, but also keeping me as a person on the court. And I was trying to bring that into production in each scene that I shot.
Baller. She was in the club like ballin'. I think why I have to give you the props is because you actually rooted back to my speech, which is about the fact that she has a love for basketball. And she used that love of basketball, turned it into an emotion, and turned it into a film that just won an award. It's literally how it's done. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I think you have to go this way. I can keep going? You're good? All right, I'll shut up though. I'll try to be quiet. Shall we? Okay. What's our next award, man?
Our next category is unscripted excellence.
I do unscripted too.
Clock it, clock it.
Yeah, you know too. I liked you down, brother, with the all bourgeois. You know what I'm saying? Okay, hold on. I'm not wearing my readers. This award is the recognition of outstanding storytelling in unscripted media, including documentaries, social content, sports, storytelling, and, hold on, context, reality-style program that captures authentic moments and real-world perspectives. Let's watch a video.
This time, actually, we're going to reveal the award winner first and then play their video.
Okay, I'm down with that too.
So the winner of the category of unscripted excellence goes to, drumroll please, The Dream by Dorian Robinson.
Get me, Dorian. Reload, D-Money. Oh, look at the outfit. Oh, he knew he was winning. Look at the strut. Hold on. Slow motion now. Yeah, look at him come.
I mean, if you're Hispanic, you know, like your parents want you to go to college. That's like the biggest thing in like the Hispanic community. If you're not going to school, then you really haven't made it in some type of a way.
Do you think that we would eventually do a documentary on you or not?
I didn't think so. Personally, I feel like I've had a boring life. I've lived a standard life, I guess. You know how so many people do like documentaries about something that's happened. I didn't feel like doing a documentary about me would be entertaining, but here we are.
Round of applause for Dorian. Me and Dorian met a lot of years ago. You now do a lot with the organization, and we're very, very proud of you. I think what happens in this room a lot happens to me too. So I need your advice. Can I get some advice? How'd you start? Yes.
This film wasn't even supposed to happen, to be honest with you. This was a final project in the final class of my senior year of college. I finished this about a year ago on the last day before I left. It was supposed to be a dog shelter documentary that Brandon himself was supposed to direct. It. Long story short, it fell through, didn't happen. So we pivoted. We had like a month left to get this final project. I'm like, I can't go out without a banger film. So we pivoted. I'm like, Brandon, I know you graduate next year, and I know you're gonna do a senior project by yourself, but I promise you, this idea I have is going to do wonders. So we sat him down for a 3-hour interview, learned a lot about him. Then I brought my animator Michael, who just took it to the next level. So we finished this film in 3 weeks on the very last day of classes, 2 days before I graduated. So this documentary, it's resonating with a lot of people. It's right now out now on pbs.org. It's the yep.
The coolest thing Dorian just said is he was like, yeah. So then I called my animator, which is what I did at the very beginning of this, right? Put people in your phone, even if they don't have a company, is like what their job is, right? So you should now be able to search your phone and go camera, right? Animator, right? Graphics guy, right? Because everyone's going to keep working and you're going to need a favor, right? You're going to need a favor, and Dorian's a director. You're going to need a director, right? You might fall out. You might need something. All right. Advice to the team, anything.
If I talked to a lot of different people, and thanks first of all, thanks for coming to this event. Even coming is like a good first step in building your network. They say your net worth is your network, and that's very, very true. Um, all I'm gonna say is just do it. I talked to a lot of different people, and the same question I've been asked, like, how do I get in? How do I start? How do I do this, and that? I'm like, everybody has phones. I see iPhone right there. Everybody has iPhones. Everybody has Samsung. You just start today. Just start today. You can make this film. You can make all these films that are being presented today. You can do whatever you want. You can, anything you put your mind to, and nobody can tell you anything. Nobody can limit you, and the possibilities are endless.
And his hat says director. So what did you do? He's claiming it. Yo, congratulations, brother. Good job. Good job. Emily, 4 more awards to go. What's coming up next?
The next category is cinematography excellence. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the category?
Well, yes, I do, Emily.
Go ahead.
Excuse me. The Cinematography Excellence Award is for exceptional skill in visual storytelling through camera work, composition, lighting, and shot design, demonstrating a lack of context, strong understanding of how cinematography enhances narrative and emotion, because the camera can tell a story determining where you put it correctly. Like if you put that camera low, I look strong. You put that camera high, I look weak, right? Who's the award going to?
All right, so the recipient for the category of cinematography excellence goes to Your Love is One of a Kind by Moen Belfer.
No, what's up? What's up? What's up, now? Let's watch it.
In action. A way of life that reflects God's care. It's a deep selfless commitment to the well-being of another, even when it's difficult. Your love is one of a kind of love people dream of, kind of love people yearn for, kind of love people die for, kind of love I once wished for, kind of love I'm the best to receive. To be loved by you, the kind of love that makes me feel warm on the inside, kind of love that makes the world calm on the outside, kind of love that makes me feel seen, kind of love that makes me feel heard. Kind of love that makes me feel understood. Baby, your love is wonderful. Your love is understanding. Your love is uplifting. Your love is selfless. Your love is patient. Your love is kind. Baby, your love is wonderful. Kind of love that makes me better me. Kind of love that makes me still want to run around. Kind of love that lifts me even when I'm low. The kind of love that makes me patient. Kind of love that feels like home no matter where I go. Baby, your love is one of a kind.
Yo, that's a beautiful film. No, ain't it pretty? The shot through the glass. See the shot through the glass? You see that? You can smell yeah. All right, I got to know about you. Before we talk about the art, I want to know about you. There's some I knew what the message was in here, but I want you to talk through the message of your film. Like what emotion and message were you going after?
Heartbreak, right? So this poem is obviously about love. That's why I called it "Love Is One of a Kind." I got the concept or idea of this video while I was going through a breakup during winter break. I was really in the beach at like 12 a.m. crying, and like out of nowhere, I got this idea. And when I get ideas, I get like literally like it's like a flash in my mind, and that's why I was like, all right, let me just start planning, and that's where it originated from. Heartbreak.
Are you religious?
Yes, Christian.
Because that's a Bible verse. Isn't it?
Yeah,
It's rooted
yeah.
in the time.
Yeah, so the whole basis of the poem is talking about what love is and where I get love. The definition of love is from the Bible, right? So you know, your love is kind, your love is patient, your love is uplifting and understanding. Get that from the Bible.
But I'm loud enough. You can hold on to the mic. What I like about what he did is that he made a decision from his real heart to turn it into something. There's a guy named Joe Dispenza who runs like a meditation class, right?
Mm.
And he basically said, think about life this way. What if the worst thing in the world to happen to you is the best thing to happen to you, right? What if that breakup wins him an Oscar, right? In the moment, he could have sat on that beach and just cried. But how long did it take? How long did it take you to turn it?
Like a month. A month.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad. How long was the relationship?
8 months.
Oh man, it's hurt. Okay, let's talk about the art. Okay, you made some smart decisions. That is what filmmaking is. You got to decide where you're going to put the camera. You had to make that decision. Did somebody did it for you? Or you did?
No, I did it myself.
All right, how'd you learn how to make those decisions, and why did you make the decisions you did?
So how I learned this through YouTube, right? So I used to watch YouTube University. I learned everything through YouTube. I watched a bunch of videos talking about like how to display emotion, right? So that's why I had wide shots, close-up shots, especially when he was crying, and even low shots and high shots when he was leaving, to show like what he was feeling. And the reason why it's not he was not smoking weed, it was actually tea in the thing. So no drugs or nothing. But the reason why I chose that as well is because a lot of men or people out just people in general, when they're going through heartbreak, they use substances, right? So I wanted to show that and I wanted to show that that's not necessarily a way you have to go. You know what I'm saying? You don't have to use substances to get over something. You could talk about it, you could face it. Because how you gonna heal?
So before you even give him a round of applause, brother, I'm so proud of you because you feel like me like 20 years ago. So I really want you to host this 20 years later and start teaching people about something. We got a deal? Don't mess up, man. I need you to push and pull forward. You know what that means? Right? As you push forward into the universe, I need you to look back every now and then and go, yo, they might need some help. Right? Push forward, but definitely pull somebody with you. Right? Because you asked me a question about how I learned everything. And when I had to learn like deeper editing, I'd be like, I don't know how to insert edit. And it now pops up with a video. That it's like, take clip one and video one and so and so and so. So the fact you use YouTube University, you're really, I mean, y'all are really improving my thesis, man. So thank you very much. Congratulations, sir. Appreciate it. Head over to your interview. Listen, excuse my French, but I just watched how many films? 3? I'm screwed. Like y'all are way better than I was at your age. That is the truth. That guy had some Spike Lee shots and like color correction. I was doing like a talk show called The Cutting Edge. All right, what's next, ma'am?
I just want to say that those are all of our film and video award winners. So I want to give another round of applause for all the film winners today. And now we're going to move on to motion and animation design. So this next category is animation excellence. Do you want to give a little description on that?
I think I might have one. Let me see if I got one, girl. Let me see if I got one. The Animation Excellence Award is for the most visually stunning and innovative animation project that combines creativity and technical skill, right? It's okay to be able to be technical, but where's your creativity? Meaning, can you make a decision that jumps over the line a little bit, right? How can you do something that isn't baseline? Everyone in this room could make a film tomorrow if they wanted. Everyone can figure out how to animate something tomorrow, but how do you make people remember? That's your creativity. That's what creativity means. Drum roll, please.
The winner of the animation excellence goes to Heart of the Woods by Edith Carson. Unfortunately,
let's go.
Edith cannot be here today, so this student will be accepting the award on their behalf.
Where Edith at?
I don't know. She wasn't able to make it, so I'm just receiving it on her behalf. But congratulations to her, wherever she is.
I appreciate you for holding it down. What's your name?
My name's Juliet.
Julia, what are you gonna do for a living?
I hope to work with animation and also produce films on my own, maybe in a studio with people, other creatives.
Can I ask you that one more time? Do you mind? Can you take all of the doubt out of that statement? Can you remove all of the maybes? Right? I'm gonna run it one more time. Can I run it one more time, y'all? Hey, what are you gonna do for a living?
I will be creating animations and film with other creative people.
And that's how you run them. That's how you run them. Remember, don't blink, right? Don't blink. We think you're gonna blink. We think you're gonna blink. We think you're gonna quit. We know we don't have enough money to pay you. We know that you're gonna get tired. We know that you haven't worked for 18 hours. But if you don't blink, we're willing to rock with you. Thank you so much. Pleasure.
Thank you, thank you. Moving on to our next category, it is animated graphics and title design.
I wonder what this is about. This is tricky. Animated graphics. Read this. This award is honoring exceptional motion graphics or title sequences and showcasing creativity, typography, your typeface, design, and dynamic visual movement, right? How do you make it dynamic? How do you make it change? Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage is our winner.
Connected to greatness. Welcome to UConn, ITS, Sophia Jorner.
Sophia, clap her up, Sophia. Everybody's doing white pants today. Dorian was doing white pants, man. I feel like I should have worn the white pants. Hello, Sophia.
Congratulations. Thank you.
I want to know how you started, period, right? What took you from, you're in college now?
Yeah.
What took you from high school to now? What was the click that got you to where you are now, receiving this?
Well, I started doing painting. That was my main thing. And then I had a solo exhibition show, which kind of started my like design career, like in general. And then going to college, I wanted to find like a major that would kind of help that because that was like my main goal was to be a painter. And then I always kind of did video editing. So I think like I kind of went into motion design. And then after that, I kind of fell in love with it and then just design in general. So like I try to combine like painting and design. And then now I'm here.
You can hold that. Are you noticing a theme? Every single person I did this painting, and that turned into this. I did this, and I got my conviction club to buy them. So I heard about it every time I went to a wedding, right? Every time I went to a wedding, you heard that, and then you turned it. Okay. So what I really want to know is what's your dream? What, like, you go 10 years into the future, what's your dream?
I kind of have two. So one of them is to be like a famous painter. I think that's like always been my dream since like I kind of figured out what I wanted to do. but also to like be able to inspire people with like motion design. I think that's like something that I also fell in love with like along the way.
Do more than one thing. Who said they were multi-hyphenate? You? Do more than one thing is okay, right? In the old world, you had to go to a job. When I started working, you had to go to a job and you had to sit there from 9 a.m. to, I think it was 7 p.m. and wait for the boss to tell you had to go home. It's not the way a lot of jobs work. A lot of jobs give you time to be at home and do your yoga and walk your dog, right? But it also gives you time to follow a passion like painting, right? 'Cause painting is very personal,
Yeah.
right? You don't get paid for painting immediately, right? You got to do a lot of work and push it out. So look at your schedule, right? How many hours a day do you have to work? And then can you spend an hour still painting? So do both. Because when I walked into a meeting to pitch a show about Leslie Jones from SNL, the first thing I said was, I'm a stand-up comic. They didn't care that I own a company. They didn't care that I have Netflix credits. The network said, where are you a stand-up comic? And I could back it up. Same for you. My painting is in blank. Will lead to, oh, you're an artist and a designer? Round of applause for her, please.
Amazing, amazing.
What?
For animation.
Okay, wait, another one.
Yeah, that was our last one for animation. So if I want to give a round of applause for all of our animated winners tonight. We're now moving on to game and interactive design. So our first category is interactive innovator.
Ooh, can I just start it?
Yes, you can.
So I really like policy. Grand Theft Auto release takes 4 years to come out, right? Because the $1 billion industry. You cannot get people to watch TV, but you can get 47-year-olds, 10-year-olds to stay in front of the PlayStation for 4 hours at a play. That means money. That means commerce, right? So the Interactive Innovator Award for game-specific and interactive-specific is for an outstanding game or interactive media project that pushes boundaries. Who wrote this? I love this. You wrote this? You wrote this? It's so good. And it uses engagement and creativity. This is something good. All right, who do we got? Who is our winner? The winner goes to
Dine and Duel by James Kayapa.
James, are you here? Yo, James, get out! It's my man. It's my guy. I didn't know when we was talking earlier that you was gang. What's up, brother? My man. All right. I need your origin story. I need to go back way long ago when you knew you'd be a video game designer. When did it start?
I'd say it started around probably, I think it was like, I don't know, 8, and I got a DS for Christmas.
It's the little one, the little
Like
guy?
the little handheld one. Had Mario and Luigi Super Bowser's Inside Story. And I was like, this is literally the coolest thing ever. And then I was like, I need to make games now.
Yours?
Yes.
Wait, this looks like Minecraft.
Trailer's a bit out of date. We have significantly more now. We have animations. We have multiple new weapons, new ingredients. It's a cooking third-person shooter.
A cooking third-person shooter? Wait, do you shoot like pizzas at each other?
No, you cook weapons that are food. For example, we have shrimp-fired rice, a bamboo stick, crab cannon. I just finished making a ramen minigun for last week's sprint.
All right. I've been, you can keep that mic. I've been really hitting this team, okay, emotional, came up with a ramen gun. Where did you get your crazy idea?
That one came about when we were in Boston for PAX East, and we were at a ramen place, and my programmer looked at me and she was like, you know what would be cool? What if we had like a ramen gun? And then it's a minigun with like a fine china bowl on top. You load the ramen in, shoots out of bamboo barrels. It has Narutomaki fish roll holding everything together.
Smart. Here's why you can keep it. Here's why I'm gonna say it's smart. My family coach, he said that when he became a successful comic, he started making money. He went on the road. Okay, and when you go on the road, you're in a hotel every day. So all of his comedy starting to be about bad stuff. So that's what we talk about. Oh, it's being a holiday, we got bad cookies. Instead, it's correct. It's only talk about one thing. But if you live your life while you're doing it, if you fall in love, fall out of love, right? If you have an experience, if you're an actor and you're watching someone across the table that's interviewing you, and like how do they move, how do they shake? If you're observing your real world environment, eating ramen, what if we do ramen meat? Yeah, Jack. Yeah, drop it. Then that is what can build creativity. It comes from anywhere, but be sure you write it down. It comes from anywhere. You can write down any idea. I think I like that guy's pocket square. I want to invent pocket square. Write it down, and then you can look at it later, right? Advice for these guys.
My advice would be that I personally follow, and it's helped me significantly, is if there's something you want to make, why wait to start making it? For example, this is my capstone.
That's my line.
The class started technically in October. That's when everyone else started. I started in May, last year, because I just wanted to start making it. I already had my idea. The drawings for the two characters I made when I was like 14, because young me was drawing like crazy. I was like, I think I'm gonna finally bring them to life,
Here's a really weird thing that happens at school. I'm gonna tag team. What happens at school is that they tell you, oh, you got a 20-page paper to do tomorrow. And somehow you end up doing it. Or, hey, you have to edit a film and you're gonna do it tomorrow. Same thing happens at work. Sooner or later, you get up and you write that thing and you do that thing and you do that project. But a great director, I can't remember her name, I took her master class, and she said that remember that paper and your computer is free. You can write and plan anything for free. You don't need anything, right? You don't need anybody. You don't even need gear. You can always make a plan for absolute free. So you should be making a plan for absolute free. And every plan leads to another plan, leads to another plan, leads to success, right? Congratulations, bro. Thank you. Good stuff. Thank you. We have one more? I don't.
It's under the same category.
It's under the same. I don't think I got a description for this one. It's the same. Oh, it's the same category. Okay, cool. I'm prepared now. For the same category, an Interactive Innovator Award, we have another award recipient coming to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome
Andrea Domingos for Art Health Tracker.
the Art Health Tracker. That's my buddy. I didn't know you were a winner. See, look at you. Take your time. Walk in slow motion. There you go. Yeah, make it smooth. All right, now. Give her a round of applause. Oh, is it you? Oh, this is cool. All right. Well, first up, I think you should tell the people what this is about so they purchase this.
So I technically use art as a way to help regulate myself sometimes. So I wanted to make a website where people could use art for therapeutic reasons.
Y'all don't do the thing, do the thing, do the thing, do the thing. Everybody do the thing. What I like about what you're saying is that, remember, this is a business, right? And there's a need in every business. This business that we sit in has caffeine up front because there are long conventions. And sooner or later, someone's going to want coffee. So every time I walk in here, I get a piece of caffeine from there. You know that everyone wants to be healthy now. Everyone wants to do something healthy. And look at you. You made it happen, right? All right. So this looks like it takes a while and it's advanced. You asked me how to learn new stuff. How'd you learn this?
I had to learn a whole new site for this. I learned Notion within the span of, I think, a month. But otherwise, it was really fun. I really liked making it. It was fun learning a new skill for the first time.
Wait, so you learned Notion in a month? Okay, how many hours per day? I really want you guys to listen to it. How many hours?
Probably at least 4, maybe 3, around there.
That's a dedication. That is dedication. Wow, yeah. I'm thinking something. Can I ask it? Did you like give up your whole life? Were you sad the whole time? Was it super boring for you to be learning something else?
There was a little bit of yelling at the screen when my computer crashed. But otherwise, it was very fun. I liked learning all the different types of creative fields for this project. So there's like a film field for people who want to study film. There's a game design field for people who want to study game design. There's people who want to study animation, watercolor, all the types of creative fields.
Give her a round of applause. Great work. We have another one? Y'all be throwing shit tough. Just almost on a Cool. I got it. It's two-sided. It's two-sided. The script. I was doing a lot of talking. I realized it was two-sided. All right, we're moving on to content creation. Here we go. So we have some more winners coming up. All right, we're doing a Digital Creator Excellence Award. Yep, that is for recognizing an outstanding underclassman whose work showcases creativity, innovation, and a promising potential in digital media. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage.
The winner for Digital Creator Excellence goes to David Medzlumian, Sweet Tooth.
Whoa, where's David at? David, where you at? Is David here?
David's here.
David's here?
David's here.
David, where's you? Yo, come on.
Congratulations.
Let's go, David. You're a squad, man. David interviewed me earlier. Wait, David, so you're moving around here with the camera and you're making this? What do you not do, Mr. David?
I don't know. I do bits of everything at this point, I think. So
David, I really like the fact that you're engaged at this event and you're also a winner. That's a double down. Think the executives in this room didn't notice that he's got an award and he's been holding a camera all day? I noticed. All right, where did it start? Give me the backstory. Take the mic.
a bit about this story. Well, we did it in one of our classes, like early in fall semester, and we had to come up with like a short commercial idea. And I don't know, I just found this like perfume from Sabrina Carpenter somewhere in my drawer, and I was like, hey, hold on, what if I make a commercial out of it? And I had like a really crazy visuals in my head, and it took weeks of like planning, and we only had like 1 day to film this all, and only 5 hours to film all of it. And it was crazy. It was fun, lots of stress, obviously, but the the results that we got were amazing, and we were all impressed. I was directing and editing this. Emily actually was also involved in this. She was a cinematographer for this project, and my other friend Mia Chacon, she's not here, but she was a producer for this project. So it was amazing. I loved everything about it. So
It's a fun day, my brother. Thank you. Nice work. I'm really serious that he's noticed right now, right? He's standing here next to me. Me and him were joking a little bit earlier on the red carpet, and you won an award. And back in my day, there was a thing called spec commercials, right? So if you wanted to be a commercial director, you had to prove that you could direct a commercial. So you would find a GE product and be like, yep, here is my idea for that. I have said to myself 20 times over, those Geico commercials are fun. I should produce a Geico commercial. How many Geico commercials have I produced? No, because I was soft and I didn't do it. Right? Now I'm doing comedy. Now I'm doing a little bit more. But the fact that you took something in your drawer, so he already had it. He didn't have to buy anything. That's a nice smelling cologne too. It's Sabrina Carpenter, right? It smell like sugar. I smelled it before. I smelled it. Took something that he had in his hand and then created something about it, created emotion and story, and he used his cinematographer bestie.
Clock it, clock it.
Round of applause for his gentleman right here. Nice work.
All right. So our next category is the social impact creator.
This is for digital projects that promote change and awareness. With how crazy the world is right now, we need more of these. The winner of this award goes to, I like how y'all keeping it up. I really appreciate y'all keeping it up. Come on.
Caroline House by Chumani Hurd.
Chumani Hurd. Let's go pink and green. Come on now. Uh-huh. Okay, I see you. Oh, really? Really? That's what we're doing? What first thing? Sorry, Ski. Sister, let me find out. Hi, girl. Good to see you. All right, take your award, please.
Congratulations.
Okay. Come on up here. All right, you know I'm doing backstories. All right, you got to teach the people. You know what I mean? We first to first, we're never late. From us all as originate 06, 08. The rest was just too late. That was for us, not for them. Give me your backstory. How'd this all start for you?
Well, backstory. So at first I didn't know what I wanted to do. I didn't know if I wanted to do storytelling. But I had great professors at Sacred Heart University that helped me find what I wanted to do and how I wanted to do it. But I don't know if that made any sense.
But I do know I come from North New Jersey, so I like to do stories that bring awareness, that make people uncomfortable, but keep people to watch and learn. And so that's how I came to be.
And we're watching, I think we're watching your film behind us.
Yes.
What was the message that we need to know? We should all check out this film. What's the message?
So basically, the message is that there's a lot going on, even with immigrant women coming in, and they have children, they have families, and sometimes navigating the U.S. it can be a lot. And so Caroline House is for women to come to know how to navigate through the world, as well as finding jobs, making sure they're advocating for their children, making sure they're learning English as well, because that will also help. But it's a great program.
You we were telling jokes earlier, but you are a member of the original Black sorority for intercollegiate women. Tell me how joining a Greek organization affected you creatively. Did it?
It definitely did. I feel like, we are about sisterhood. We're all about making sure that we are there for our communities and reaching out, making sure there's always a hand somewhere. So with that being said, and with powerful Black women as myself. So it intertwined. Everything is just intertwining. Like they all connect. If you don't think something connects, it definitely does. It all leads to somewhere.
She was like myself, with the
Yeah.
foot kick.
Yeah.
She said, thank you
Yes.
so much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Soror.
Thank
Good work.
And can we please have another round of applause for all of our winners tonight?
Oh, there we go.
We're going to move on to the DMCT challenges. This year, we decided to do the 48-hour film challenge and the 48 animate challenge, where it's kind of the same synopsis where you get a prompt of a film and a story that you get to create. You have to film, edit it all in 48 hours.
Are we bringing to the stage one of my favorite people?
We just might be.
Is that what's happening?
That is what's happening.
Is that what's happening? Is he here? Is George? Oh, let me find out George Norfleet's in the building. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we were talking earlier about states really putting forces and energy and resources behind filmmaking. A really good friend of mine leads the Connecticut Office of Business Development. Remember I told y'all this was a business?
Sorry, I'm really sorry. We missed an award. George, I'm sorry. That didn't happen.
Yeah, George. I don't even know you, George. You know what I'm saying? Who do we miss? Who do we miss?
I love that it was in my hand the whole time, and I just...
It's okay, girl. It's okay. One more time, we have to do the Authentic Voices Award. That's my fault. It was on my script. I didn't read it. The Authentic Voices Award is honoring excellence in unscripted content, including documentaries, social campaigns, sports, and entertainment. Coming to the stage, our winner is
Alexandra Maxwell for the classroom that challenged America, the Prudence Crandall story.
Wait, didn't she win before?
Yes, she did.
It's the same. Yeah? What, Beyonce? Oh, you've been walking slow motion. This is big deal. Ah, 2 up top. 1, 2. Let me find out. I'm just going to give you the mic. You winning 2 awards. Go ahead. Take 2. Yeah, hold on like you're a gangster. Gang. Okay, so they like you around here while you winning 2 awards. What's up?
I actually don't know. I don't know. I did this story for a class project, and I did it where it was Black History Month. But when I took on this award, it was for me how America's approaching its 250th anniversary. And I think it's not just Black history; it's American history. And I wanted to tell a story that was local to Connecticut, this is the first ever female Black women's school ever to exist in the United States, and I thought it was important to bring it to light and tell these people's stories.
I believe the children are our future. Make it well and let them lead the way. Show me all the beauty you can possess inside. Y'all are about to win. You're about to win. Okay. And I'm manifesting that and I'm putting that on you that you're about to win because there's a political fight. There's monuments being taken down. There's people telling you that you can't tell history. But I swear to God, I'm not stressed because of your generation. Okay. Because you're making a decision to do something of impact. But you probably have a story of why you wanted to do something of impact. And I'd like to know why. Why did you want to make this impactful story?
Yeah, well, I've always grown up just like really interested and I've always excelled in history. And I grew up with a lot of different friends from different environments and different cultures. And I thought it was important to explore a story that maybe has been lost because we don't really cover everything in history, let's be honest. So I think that's really what makes me want to tell stories like this is there's so many little human stories out there that aren't being told.
Round of applause. So this right here is a camera lens in theory, right? But we've all got lenses that are these two eyes and this brain right here. We are all seeing the world in a different way than the person sitting next to you. And the second that you realize that, your relationships actually get easier. You get into a fight with your boyfriend, your boss, whatever, just start saying to yourself, I think they see the story a little bit differently. Now use that to make creativity because she said that she grew up in a certain environment, looked around, realized something wasn't being told it, filled a need, followed a business plan, executed, killed. Round of applause. Good job. You need a photo with both. You got a bike one. You should do like the Olympics or something. There's one more word. Sorry, George. We ain't never bringing you up, brother. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's what you get for wearing a suit better than mine. Cool, Jack. Yeah, you came through with the summer suit. I got the winter suit on. Okay, like the winter soldier over there. Um, ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage is one of my great friends. As a brother, he leads the Connecticut's Office of Business Development, overseeing programs that support business growth, investment, and key industries like film and media. Please welcome to the stage George Norfleet. What up, George?
What up? What up?
My brother.
You know, I don't know where I should start, Rashid.
They want to know how to like work through this business. So give them some love and advice.
Some love and advice. Well, actually, I stood up here this morning and I welcomed most of you guys and I said to let today be the beginning. And I hope that you did let today be the beginning. I suggested that you guys should listen to people like Rashid. I suggested that you should ask questions. I suggested that you should answer questions. Let this become your cohort because, I think someone earlier said that, your net worth is your network and let this become your network because a lot of people out there don't have this. You guys are already rich. You guys are already taking your first step and you're in an environment where it's conducive and everybody else is trying to get theirs on too. So get on together. Don't look at the person next to you as somebody that you have to run against. Run with them. Become strong together. Succeed together. This group can do that.
You clap him up. He run the film commission. Y'all start kissing up now.
Also, don't go on after James Brown. Don't go after Rashid. Man.
Yeah, it's very hard. Very different. Very entertaining. Very funny. Are you giving an award today?
I am giving an award today.
Drum roll, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Well,
I'll hold it for you. Yep.
Thanks. So, the Digital Media Connecticut 48-hour film challenge goes to Three Jollies Production, Not Alone.
Not alone. Are you here?
Oh, man.
Look at this
Oh,
guy.
man.
Yeah, gang. This is gang right here. Get over there. So I missed the script point describing what this award is about, but I'm going to ask you, what is this challenge? Can you walk me through it? What's your name again?
My full name is Mattia Fresta, but you guys can call me Matt if it's easier to pronounce. And yeah, so this entire 48-hour challenge was based on all such amazing competitors and peers that I personally met and worked with, and my dear friend Paola, which unfortunately wasn't able to attend today. She volunteered to help me out. And What am I supposed to say? I forgot.
No, hold on. I'll help you. I got you back. So I was really distracted from actually looking at your shot selection. Cinematographer, brother, this brother, y'all need to hang out because there's a story, even without sound, you're telling a story, right? Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am?
Rashid, I want to clarify that this winner is the recipient of the People's Choice Award for the DMCT 40-hour film challenge as an honorable mention. So just want to give another round of applause and congratulations to you.
Amazing. And I can see your work right there, right? So I'm doing backstories with everyone because I got to know, because people got to know in the room. How did you learn how to make all these shot decisions?
Did I?
Just grab the mic. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I didn't. So I pretty much learned all of this at Middlesex Community College.
I'm from Jersey.
Hey, my parents from New Brunswick, Schmidt. And yeah, but pretty much this entire project was not made through, an expensive camera or, like a big 4K camera. This was all shot on my iPhone. And yeah, I think I shot at 4K at 60 frames per second, I want to say. And yeah, so this entire project was meant to be a 5 group, but yeah, I was left behind, unfortunately. And because all of them, they just felt like, yeah, it's too much pressure. I got work on those days. Well, I had work too. If no, I didn't. Me and another friend who unfortunately wasn't able to work as much as my assistant and assistant editor. Um, yeah, pretty much just me. This entire project was just me. I created this project. I filmed it. I edited, and I was having a meltdown. In fact, it took me 7 minutes to spare before the deadline.
You only have 48 hours.
Yeah.
He was like, who wrote it? Who started it?
Right. I did.
Congratulations.
Yeah.
You both. Thank you.
And if I may, before he leaves, watch this guy because he came up to me earlier and he was pitching me projects. So that's the kind of stuff you need to do. When you find yourself in a target-rich environment, spread the word. Shoot your shot. This is the guy. Be with him.
Round of applause. All right, Emily, get us back on track. Emily, we fell off track. Get us back on track, girl. What are we doing next?
The honorable mention for the 48-hour film challenge.
Another honorable mention.
Choice Awards?
Yep.
This is honorable mention.
Honorable mention. Amazing. All right, so we got 2 more awards left. All right, 2 more awards left. Coming to the stage, George.
Coming to the stage next for the DMCT 48-hour honorable mention for the film challenges, Chapter 28, 2.5 brains, 2.5 brains, 1 SD card.
That's a good title. Who that? Honestly,
here we go.
See, that's why they know how to clap it up. That's why you wear the blazer. Okay, smooth. I see you, brother. Please take the mic. You guys can both take some microphones.
Thank you. That's not you. What? You guys. Yeah, no.
Okay.
Wait a minute. But you guys are 2.5 brains and 1 SD card? Yeah. Okay, well.
Okay, we're gonna hold you. You wear the blazer too. Grab that microphone.
There you go.
Is this your film? No, it's not. Oh, what film did we just announce? 2.5, 1 SD?
No, so that's our name.
That's your name.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna have the DJ get his thing together real quick. And I'm gonna rap again. So anyway, no. I want you guys to come up. We brought you to the stage.
We did.
Take center stage, and I want you to tell us the story of how this film got made.
You want to hold on? You know what I'm saying?
I know it's not their thing.
No, you're good. No worries.
Howdy.
Don't worry about the technical issues.
No. All good. Howdy, guys.
Oh,
Yeah. Come inside. There we go.
We're working on our tech issues, but I still want you to talk us through your process in filmmaking and how this all came. No worries.
Alrighty. Hi, guys. I'm Shiloh. We 3 of us together worked on a short film called Operation Wardrobe, which I know is not on the screen there, but we did this for the 48-hour film challenge. It was really, really tight in terms of timing. We did the screenwriting and pre-production stuff on Friday, shot the whole film on Saturday, and then edited it all on Sunday. And like our peer before us, we ended
Basically 5 minutes to go until the deadline. So yeah, we're pretty happy with what came out, and yeah, it was a good time.
And also to step in, since Shiloh's very humble, Shiloh was our screenwriter, so everything that was for just script and story, that was all Shiloh. And then Carly had the privilege to edit the just production, just everything that we put together was just Carly and just her being able to edit it. So thank you to her. And then I was just there, sort of.
That's not true. Austin was a very good director of photography and cinematographer, and he got a lot of the good shots that we made, so it was great.
I want to clear the mix up. So these wonderful people right here are the recipient of the official 48-hour film challenge award. So congratulations to you guys. This is your ultimate award. And chapter 28 won the honorable mention award. So please come on up and receive your award.
Before chapter 28, I want to ask this first team. A lot of us in production feel like we need 14 weeks to develop something that looks like. What did doing something in 48 hours do?
I think I can definitely speak to this because actually the same week before the challenge started, I didn't even know I was going to be doing this. And of course, I was walking class. And then as I'm walking, I actually run into Carly and Shiloh. And they're both like, okay, would you like to join us in the 48-hour film challenge? Because I already had heard about it from a class with Professor Warwood, actually. He's somewhere here. Yeah. So being able to like go into this just open-minded and just really just trying to have fun time, enjoy the process, because there's a lot that goes into it, and not really knowing what to expect going into it, we really enjoyed the process of working together. It was very important that we collaborated and had good communication, because there was a lot of stress that built into this, and just the time constraints that we had really limited us, and so many other amazing short films that we were able to watch. But just being able to go into that, not knowing what we were really expecting, and working through all the problems, because there were many, and I know everyone here can relate with that. So
Probably editing, last person, probably editing means that you were at the top. At the very end, you had to pull it off and output in top, right? It had to output?
Yeah.
Okay. When you're under stress, under pressure, everything is going crazy. How did you stay safe? Take mine. You brought your own mic. Take mine.
I definitely ended up not being fully sane, I'll be honest. The last 30 minutes was so much pressure. Like, we didn't get to color it, but I learned, especially a lot in school, that there are certain elements that you need to make sure are the most important. For example, even though we weren't able to color it, we believed that our story was so strong, and sometimes like story is more important than that. So I think as long as you remember that, to keep the most important elements at the best quality, that's what matters the most, especially in a challenge like this where you don't have ample amount of time.
Okay. So I feel bad because we messed up the order, so I'm going to get the order right. Y'all ready?
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to get the order right. Okay, one. Okay. All right. Where we go? All right, so coming to the stage are the winners of the 48-hour challenge. 2.5 grades and 1 SD card. Give it up for him. Yeah, that's all right, now y'all can sit down and I'm gonna remix it and we're gonna go back in time. Thank you guys, congratulations. All right, we're gonna run it one more time. All right, before act like it's 15 minutes ago. Cool. Hey, and we have another honorable mention.
Who might that be?
You know what? Coming to the stage in the 48-hour film challenge for the DMCT Awards is
Sadie McLaughlin.
yeah. Sadie McLaughlin, we wanted to get to your film so fast, girl. Go ahead, take it, Mike.
Here you go.
So it's kind of funny because I almost didn't submit.
Why? Why did you not submit?
I was being hard on myself. So I filmed this with my iPhone, edited.
Looks very good.
In iMovie and Premiere.
What
But
do you mean and? You did 2 editing softwares?
yes.
Why?
I wanted the animations because you can actually draw in iMovie. You can like draw doodles on your video.
Can I pause you for a second?
Yes.
Time for me to take space to
DJ is really on it today, huh? Y'all just remix my Funk Master Flex. Okay, cool. Wiki, it's the remix. Drop it. I like what you just said because when I did my first like big VH1 reality show, we brought in a brand new camera that was called the 5D. It's an ancient camera now. And the editors said, it's impossible. We edit on Avid. We can't use this other format. Your generation can. Right? So she was like, I need another program to help me. Like, even when I'm writing, I'll jump between like Word, then Google, then Chat, then Claude. You can jump around and our minds don't see it. Yours does. All right, what was your inspiration for the film?
So I spent maybe the whole first day of the 48 hours trying to figure it out. So I didn't film anything the first day, and the second day I was like, all right, I'm just gonna take my camera out and just go as I go along. And so I started with the idea of like, okay, maybe I'll just film myself waking up. And then I created the whole thing in the process. I didn't write a script. I just filmed as I went along.
Improv filmmaking. I like
Yeah.
this. It looks, it's like jazz. Oh, is this you too? This look good. All right. Congratulations to you. Nice job.
Thank you.
Well done. Give that one to Emily. You're headed to an interview. All right. We have one more award.
Can't be.
We are moving on to Anime in 48. It is the same concept of the 40-hour film challenge, but instead we're doing animation. I think this is a great start and a great new trend for the next coming years. And to announce the award winners, we have Professor Etch. Come on to the stage.
Come on up, Professor.
Thank you, thank you.
I don't know you. What do you teach?
I teach motion design and animation at UConn DMD Stanford.
Go Huskies. Wait, what do y'all say? What's the chair?
Go Huskies.
Y'all do this? Yeah, that's okay. Cool. All right, who do we got? You want me to hold it for you?
Yeah.
There you go.
All right.
There you go.
So a little bit about Anime in 48. Another 48-hour challenge, but unlike the film challenge, right? This is designated to animation, also in many different facets, whether you got 3D, 2D, character animation, motion title sequences, okay? Inviting all different types of designers, all the way from concept to execution, okay? So it's gonna be, this was our first year doing this. It's gonna be back in spring 2027, hopefully do a yearly thing. So participate, get in the groove, collaborate, okay? It's a challenge for a reason, right? And this winner goes to Apple United by Design, Sophie Jortner.
Wait, you want another too? You got your other one? You should bring both up. Look like a gangster in this video. This is great. This is a double winner right here. This is like
And another one.
and another. Okay.
And just like that, we're friends.
So, very tight, very tight. All we had to do was one 90s hip hop reference. There you go. Give her a round of applause for 2 awards.
So this was a big challenge, right? Okay, so what was the one thing that you really learned about this challenge?
I would say like time management, like knowing how to plan efficiently, also like knowing how to edit efficiently, and then like being able to tell a story with like a short amount of time, but like being able to put like enough elements into it.
There you go. And what inspired you to do something about Apple?
Well, I did my ITS project, this one, that was kind of inspired by Apple. But then I also realized like the theme was like connection. And I think like modern day now, like technology is mainly run by Apple. And that's kind of connects people like around the world, even like friends, just like anything. So I kind of wanted to do like Apple for that.
There you go. Well, the design translated well, so congratulations yet again.
Round of applause, double winner. Woo woo. Good job, yo. Do we have another? All right, we got one more big award, and the biggest award goes to Emily for dealing with me all day. Ladies and gentlemen, that closes our amazing day here at the DMCT networking and event. I do not want you to leave here without phone numbers that can build your next projects. Stand up, give yourselves a round of applause. Go, Em. And that's for sure. MC.
What? Is there another word?
And also, a lot of time went into putting this award event. We do need to thank, first of all of the judges. We had about, I think, 18 judges that turned up at a luncheon about 4 weeks ago. It's very tight getting all of the submissions in, then organize the judges to come. The judges worked really, really hard. They was meant to be there for 2.5 hours. Many of them stayed an extra hour and a half. They were all incredibly impressed with your work. I will say the story behind the scenes is that particularly with the film challenges, they actually stayed an hour longer because of how competitive it was. So they were incredible submissions this year. And behind the scenes of all of this, getting the awards, ordering the awards, turning it around in such a short timeline is Bria Thomas Young. So I want to make sure that we give Bria Thomas Young a huge round of applause. Some other folks really quickly working behind the scenes, which this streaming thing, I'm learning a lot about this streaming thing at the moment. But for this event and past events, we've had an incredible team working to stream these events. So in the event, you can't always get to events such as the Launchpad events and the DMCT events and the awards. We are making a commitment to stream more and more of them. So I'd like to thank Adonis, Rade, and Malachi, who's been streaming all of this stuff.
Let's go.
And the final thing that I do want to point out with a lot of these awards, the 48-hour challenge and the Animate challenge, you know, it's just we talk a lot about being in the room, turning up, but these challenges, they're over one weekend, 48 hours. And this is an opportunity for you to come together. I loved listening to Austin's story. We're in a class. And yeah, I don't know. I haven't got anyone. So many of the students were kind of on the fence. Should I do it? Should I not do it? And my gut feeling is everyone that I connected with on Monday who did do it did not regret doing it. So if you are still a student and these opportunities come around, please think about engaging in these challenges for next year as well. All right, I'm done. Rashid, thank you so much. Big round of applause for everyone. We want to get a picture. Everyone head over here for a picture. Family photo.